Good afternoon. Welcome to today's proceedings of the National Assembly. These are live pictures from the National Assembly chambers on this 28th day of November 2023. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. We'll take a look at the order of business this afternoon, where the members will be voting on whether or not one of them is a motion by the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture, and it regards the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. The debate on this motion has been concluded, and what remains is the question to be put so that the members can decide whether the House adopts the motion, which is in form of a report by the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. Another debate which was concluded was on the motion regarding the loans contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023. This motion is by the Public Debt and Privatization Committee. It came to the House in form of a report. The debate on that report was concluded, and so the Speaker will put the question and the members will decide on whether to adopt the report or not. A number of statements which will be responded to this afternoon. One by the Honourable Member David Kiplagat, the member for Soi constituency. The statement regards the impending sale of Uchumi Langata Hyper, and it was subjected to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. The Member of Parliament, who is also the chairperson of that committee, CPA Kuria Kimani, will respond to the Honourable Member of Soi constituency, Honourable David Kiplagat. Another statement which will be responded to is by Honourable Irene Mayaka, the nominated Member of Parliament, and it's on regulation of cryptocurrencies. Honourable Member CPA Kuria Kimani will also respond to that. Another statement which will be responded to is by Honourable Irene Mayaka on the clearance by the Kenya Revenue Authority at points of entry. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honourable Moses Wetangula, is now walking into the chambers to oversee the business of the National Assembly this afternoon. A number of businesses have been lined up. It includes the Committee of the Whole House, which will be considering a number of bills, 3 of them to be exact, and a number of bills have also been lined up for debate for the second reading. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast of the National Assembly business.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeants, you may ring the quorum bell.
Good afternoon. If you're just joining us, the business of the National Assembly is yet to begin. It will hopefully begin shortly. As we wait for the House to quorate, we'll continue taking a look at the order of business this afternoon. And among the businesses that the House will be engaging in is the debate on a number of motions, one by the chairperson, EAPAFSN caucus. The quorum has been achieved.
Honorable members, order, we have quorum now to transact business.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I have a communication on the issues you raised on dress code. I will issue that communication just before you go to the committee of the whole at order number 12. I also, when we get to order number 12, I've received, and this is for the majority leader, I've received a request by Senior Counsel Otienda Molo to raise some preliminary constitutional issues in regard to order number 12, Roman 3. So when we get to order number 12, before we go into the committee of the whole, I'll hear Otienda Molo, I'll hear the majority leader and whoever else will want to speak to the issue, then give you the communication on dress code, then we go to committee. Thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 28th November 2023. Reports of the Auditor General Financial Statements for the year ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022, and the certificates therein in respect of 1. Kisayani Secondary School, Vulueni Secondary School, Nthangu Mixed Day and Boarding Secondary School, Muhu Secondary School, Kinyu Boys High School, Kamondo Secondary School, Father Kevin Kelly High School, St. Francis of Assisi Kwatombe Secondary School, and St. Francis Girls High School, Mangu. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay.
Next. On energy. Kawaya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 28 November 2023. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Energy on 1. The budget implementation monitoring for the financial year 2022-2023 for the following votes. A, vote 1152, State Department for Energy, and B, vote 1193, State Department for Petroleum. 2, study visit to the energy actors in South Africa from 3rd to 8th October 2023. 3, study visit to the energy actors in Ghana from 3rd to 9th October 2023. And 4, delegation to the East Africa Petroleum Conference and Exhibition 2023 held in Kampala, Uganda, 9th to 11th May 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Vice Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 28th November 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture in its consideration of National Rotary Bill, National Assembly Bill number 69 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thought you have two. The National Lottery Bill and Gambling Control Bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to request that you allow me to table it later in the day.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order. Before we go to order number 6, members, allow me to acknowledge and recognize a delegation from Nandi County Assembly. Honourable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of 8 staff from the County Assembly of Nandi, seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation is led by Mr. Philemon Mayo, the Director, Human Resources, and is on the benchmarking visit to the National Assembly's Directorate of Hansard and Audio Services to learn innovative practices and methods deployed by the National Assembly in producing timely, accurate, and credible Hansard reports of plenary and committee proceedings. Honourable members, on your own behalf and on my behalf, I welcome them and wish them fruitful exchange of ideas and knowledge. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Energy, Vincent Musyoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Energy on its consideration of the budget implementation monitoring for the financial year 2022-2023 for the following votes, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28th November 2023. 1, vote 1152, State Department for Energy, and 2, vote 1193, State Department for Petroleum. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Nyeri County, the Honorable Rehab Mukami. Rehab Mukami, Majority Leader, where is your member? Okay, go to the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
We have some response to statements. Kuria Kimani, is he here? Honorable Kuria Kimani was to respond to a statement sought by David Kiplagat. Is David here? David is not here. Kuria is not here. Irene Mayaka? And neither those who sought statements nor the person to give the statement are in the house. Maklap, what is it?
On the issue of question asked by Mheshimiwa David Kiplagat of Soy,
He didn't ask a question. He sought a statement.
A statement, yes. We asked the minister to give us a feedback on Tuesday next week.
So you are not ready?
Yes, we shall be ready by Tuesday.
So deferred to Tuesday next week. Now that you have arrogated yourself the power to answer on behalf of your chairman, what about the ones of Irene Mayaka?
In fact, the three, the one that is asked by Irene
I
Mayaka,
see your chairman dashing in. He probably has a different brief.
it's the same views.
Kuria Kimani, we have just put off the statement sought by David Kiplagat, he's not here, neither were you, and we are told you are not ready for today. You also have 2 statements to respond to Irene Mayaka. She's not here. I know the statements are the property of the House, but are you ready with them?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm ready for the report, for the statement by CPA Mayaka on taxes at the airport.
Pardon?
I am ready with the statement sought by CPA Mayaka on harassment of passengers at the airport. I'm trying to catch my breath.
She asked 2.
Yes.
Are you ready with both?
I am ready with one. The
One on cryptocurrencies.
The one on cryptocurrencies, the Central Bank of Kenya and Treasury had requested for more time, so we'll be ready with that for next week.
So go ahead and give the one on Revenue Authority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Irene Mayaka MP on the 8th of November 2023 requested a statement from the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, on the directive seeking to tax travelers or passengers arriving in the country from international destinations to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport with items worth USD 500 and above. In particular, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member wanted to know the following. One, what was the legal basis and framework for customs and duties directive, particularly the USD 500 on its or its equivalent in Kenya shillings value cap for any used and personal items? And 2, what steps have been taken to ensure that the customs and duties directive is enforced within the boundaries of existing laws and regulations, and what legal safeguards are in place to prevent arbitrary actions by authorities? Honorable Speaker, I wish to respond as follows. From the onset, Honorable Speaker, I wish to state that besides revenue collection, Kenya Revenue Authority is mandated to facilitate trade and secure the borders. This is done in line with relevant tax regulations, written laws, and specified provisions of the written laws. Honorable Speaker, customs management in Kenya, being a member state of East African Community, is guided by the East African Community Customs Management Act of 2004. And this, Honorable Speaker, the ECMA is a regional law applicable to all East African partner states. The Kenya Revenue Authority is an implementing body of the Act and facilitates the movement of people and goods in line with the various provisions of the East African Community Customs Management Act, ECMA of 2004. Honorable Speaker, the matter in question relates to customs management, particularly as far as passengers arriving in the country and concession entitlement available to them. The 5th schedule of the East African Community Customs Management Act makes provisions for the categorization of passengers arriving in the country and concessions and entitlement available to them. Section 44, 45, and 46 of East African Customs Management Act of 2004 provide how passenger clearance processes as a member state's port of entry shall be conducted and the obligations of the passengers of each category. Section 44, I read verbatim, Honorable Speaker, provides as follows. 44.1, a person shall not disembark from an aircraft or vessel except at a place appointed in accordance with Section 11 of this Act. And 2, the following persons on landing at any point or place from an aircraft or vessel which has arrived from or called at a foreign port shall, subject to Section 46, proceed forthwith to the baggage room or other place set aside for the examination of baggage, and they remain until they receive the permission of the proper officer to leave that room or other place. It further provides A, that any person who is disembarking at the port or place, or any person, including any person who is returning ashore, who has any uncustoms goods in his possession, whether upon his person or in his baggage, the crew of an aircraft or vessel who are leaving that aircraft or vessel either temporarily or for other reason, and wish to remove their baggage or part thereof from the aircraft or vessel. D, any person who is temporarily leaving that aircraft or vessel and wished to remove from his baggage or any part thereof. E, any person who may be required by proper officer to do so. And then Section 3, the Commissioner may require the owner or agent of an aircraft or vessel conveying passengers to provide advanced passenger information prior to the arrival of such aircraft or vessel. And 4, any person who contravenes this section commits an offense. Honorable Speaker, the import of these provisions gives the category of persons who are required to report to customs as follows. Category A person who is disembarking on that port or place. B, any person who is returning ashore, who has any uncustomed goods in his possession, whether upon his person or in his baggage. C, the crew of an aircraft or vessel who are leaving that aircraft or vessel either temporarily or for any other reason, and wish to remove the baggage or part thereof from the aircraft or vessel. D, any person who is temporarily leaving that aircraft or vessel and wish to remove there from his baggage or part thereof. And E, any other person who may be required by proper officer to do so. Honorable Speaker, for ease of implementation, passengers are divided as provided in the table below. Category A, Honorable Speaker, provides for diplomatic and first arrivals to Kenya who intend to change their residence to Kenya for various reasons, such as military and aid agencies, among others. Category B, these are visitors to Kenya on temporary visits, not extending 3 months. Category C, these are returning residents and passengers not included in the category A and B. Honorable Speaker, these categories of persons are given their allowable concessions under provisions of Part B of the 5th Schedule to the ICMA Act of 2004, Item 5, subparagraph 1 to 9. For purposes of payment of customs duty, passengers are exempt on goods up to the value of USD 500 when imported by the traveler in his or her accompanied baggage or upon his or her person and declared to the customs officer. In addition to the above, the passengers are allowed to import duty-free the following with limited quantities of the following items. 1, spirits or liquor, a limit of 1 liter. Wine, a limit of 2 liters. Perfume, a limit of half a liter. Cigars and cigarettes, a limit of 250 grams in total. Honorable Speaker, only passengers who have attained the age of 18 are eligible to import the listed items, and taxes will be payable for quantities in excess of the above. In case the passenger has customs goods that don't meet the criteria above, the tax payable are determined based on the tariff classification and value of goods. The passenger is also required to demonstrate the actual price paid for the goods. A passenger upon arrival to Kenya should declare the following items: items purchased and carried with them upon return to Kenya, items bought in duty-free shops or in the ship or on the plane, repairs or alterations on 80 items you took abroad and then brought back if the repairs or alterations were performed free of charge, items brought home for someone else including gifts, items intended for sale or use or trade including business merchandise taken out of Kenya on your trip, currency and monetary instruments above $10,000 or foreign equivalent, items that are brought in as temporary imports, goods for the exhibition which are to be returned in an unaltered state, and filming equipment which is allowed in the country on a temporary basis. Prohibited items as per the Act include false money, counterfeit money, pornographic material and media, narcotic drugs, used tires for light commercial vehicles, among others. Restricted items, Honorable Speaker, one is required to have a permit for restricted items, and these restricted items include arms, ammunitions, historical artifacts, and medicaments for sale, among others. Section 45 of ICMA Act provides for a dual-channel clearance system, mainly a green channel for passengers with nothing to declare, and a red channel for passengers carrying dutiable or restricted goods. Section 45(1) specifically provides that there shall be established at every place of arrival and within the baggage room at every major port a dual-channel system, which will consist of a green channel for passengers who have nothing to declare or with baggage consisting of only goods within the prescribed passenger allowance as provided for in Part B of the 5th Schedule of this Act, and 2, a red channel for passengers carrying dutiable or restricted goods, provided that crew members of vessels or aircraft shall use the red channel. Honorable Speaker, this provision establishes the channels that passenger categories should follow when passing through customs. Green channel is for passengers with nothing to declare or with baggage consisting on only goods within the prescribed passenger allowance as provided for in Part B of the 5th schedule of this Act. B, red channel for passengers carrying dutiable or restricted goods, provided that crew members of vessel or carefreights shall use the red channel. C, a person with uncustomed goods in his or her possession who should then take to the appointed place for examination of baggage. And D, a person shall not remove any baggage or goods from the baggage room without the authorization of the proper officer of customs. Honorable Speaker, to enhance the efficiency of passenger clearance at the terminals, KRA has stationed non-intrusive scanners across all ports of entry to aid verification of goods to ensure that goods imported into the country are correctly declared, not only for taxation purposes, but also for the safety of Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, where imported goods are subject to customs duty, passengers are required to declare the actual price of the items, as the valuation of the tax to be paid is based on the actual price paid for the imported goods. Passengers have a right to query the assessed customs duties and may seek an explanation from the customs officer. Honorable Speaker, customs duties are paid at appointed banks located within the terminals or through a mobile banking platform after the generation of the electronic payment receipt. Customs officer at the airport will generate the payment slip, which is available at the bank for ease of payment. In case, Honorable Speaker, a passenger is not to make the payment on the spot for dutiable goods or obtain the relevant authorization for restricted items, the same goods are deposited in the customs warehouse to allow the passengers to take necessary steps to comply with the legal requirements, failing which the goods shall be disposed of in the manner prescribed under ECMA Act of 2004. Honorable Speaker, through its surveillance at the border points, Kenya Revenue Authority has reduced the smuggling of restricted and prohibited goods, including counterfeit, substandard goods, narcotic drugs, among others. Illicit trade is known to deprive government the so much needed revenue. Illegal trade also kills local industries and jeopardizes customers' health and safety. Honorable Speaker, to enhance with these provisions of the Act, KRA implements the following measures. 1, non-intrusive scanning of goods at the passenger terminals. 2, awareness and sensitization of tourists, passengers, and general public through diaspora webinars, frequently asked questions through their website, media tours, and other publicity material. Stakeholder engagement with specific agencies and interest groups to enhance awareness of such requirements. For example, the requirement by Kenya Film Classification Board and the Kenya Film Commission. Deploying customer satisfaction surveys to ensure customer experience, and institutionalizing collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign and Diaspora Affairs to reach Kenyans living abroad and tourists intending to travel back into the country. Honorable Speaker, consequently, the committee will be bringing a motion to this House seeking to cause the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, to request and to start the amendment of the East African Customs Management Act of 2004 in respect to the USD 500 value cap to bring it to the current economic reality. The committee has implored on the Kenya Revenue Authority to undertake and retrain their staff at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport and other ports of entry on customer filling and deploy use of non-intrusive technology for scanning for efficiency of customs management. Honorable Speaker, it was worth noting that Kenya Revenue Authority has issued several public notices to sensitize the members of the public on the passenger entailment and concession, hence reducing the complaints at the port of entries. In summary, Honorable Speaker, we are saying that we engage the relevant authorities. It's an issue of law, but that law is outdated. It's an ECMA Act of 2004. The limit of $500 is too little. It needs to be changed to come in reality with the current situation. And the Kenya Revenue Authority staff at the airport should refrain themselves from harassing passengers, should refrain themselves in seeking to collect some very little revenues at the expense of harassing our men and women in diaspora who are coming back home, and tourists who, consequently, the taxes and the revenues would collect by us being a marketable destination globally would be more than the 8 million shillings they are collecting per month on this particular tax. And since we employed on KRA on this, feedback from customers arriving in JKIA, they're talking about an improved customer experience, and that harassment of goods, Honorable Speaker, have actually and substantially reduced. We have also implored on them now that they are implementing this act, to have the red
Wind up,
and the
wind
green
up,
channel,
Chairman.
so that it's clear to passengers. With that, I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Order, honorable members, your conversations are above average today. Can you reduce your conversations? Wanjala, I'm telling the House to reduce and you are increasing your volume. Order. Honorable members, Honorable Irene Mayaka, I've just received a letter saying she's away on duty and had nominated Honorable Zamzam Mohammed to seek clarification on the matter. I don't see Zamzam Mohammed here in the House. They will find that statement on Hansard. So Kimani, the other two statements, you'll give them next Tuesday? Will you have them ready this week or next Tuesday? Give him the mic.
So, Honorable Speaker, for the other two statements, the Cabinet Secretary has been out of the country on official duties, so we started that engagement today. We'll have the other two statements ready next week.
Next Tuesday, that's all right. Next order. Majority Leader, do you have something to say on?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have a statement that I wish to read. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to thank you for leading the Kenyan delegation to the 16th meeting of the Bureau of the East African Community Speakers and the other that was held on 16 November in Juba, 2023, in the Republic of Southern Sudan. Honorable Speaker, it is not also lost on us that it was resolved in that meeting that the Republic of Kenya assumes the chairmanship of the Bureau next year after the current chair, the United Republic of Tanzania. It is also noted that the Republic of Kenya was also accorded the opportunity to host next year's edition of the East African Community Interparliamentary Games. We congratulate you, Honorable Speaker, for these twin achievements. That, Honorable Speaker, you are now going to be the next chairperson of the Bureau. Honorable Speaker, the use of the word chairperson in the Speaker was intentional, since we do not know in the other countries whether it is male or female chairpersons, but we can confidently say that the next chairperson will be a chairman, none other than Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to, as I congratulate you, to inform the region that they will enjoy your chairmanship as the chairman of the Bureau, and they will have to share, like the Kenyan people share, in your wisdom as you lead the Bureau from next year, Honorable Speaker. Also, Honorable Speaker, congratulate you on leading in lobbying for the Republic of Kenya, and in a way, the Kenyan Parliament to be the hosts of next year's East African Interparliamentary Games. And Honorable Speaker, I know members are gearing for this year's games in Kigali, Rwanda, and probably, Honorable Speaker, we will have opportunity, myself and your deputy, the Honorable Gladys Bosch-Sholei, since for the last 10 years, we have never had an opportunity to patronize these games. At least we are certain next year, the games being hosted in Nairobi, we shall patronize those games, and we shall be playing in the same team with my sister, Gladys Bosch-Sholei. Honorable Speaker, as a chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission, you are currently overseeing the construction of the ultra-modern Center for Parliamentary Studies, CPST in Karen. And it is with this background again that we know that the Bureau of Speakers also resolved in their meeting that the Republic of Kenya will host the East African Parliamentary Institute. This will serve to enhance the recognition of CPST as a center of excellence within the region in matters parliamentary training, and indeed offer a great opportunity not just to Kenyans, including our county assemblies, but also to our regional, national, and other regional assemblies. Honorable Speaker, allow me lastly to take note of the resolution made relating to the annual East African Interparliamentary Games. First, it was resolved that the Games commence on the 7th of December 2023, which is the day we are scheduled to commence our last recess at the end of this session. I therefore want to urge honorable members to put in extra effort so that we are able to process all our critical pending business before this day in order to allow for ease of participation in the Games without prejudicing parliamentary business. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I want to plead with members and remind them that we have Thursday morning sittings this week and I believe next week, so that we are able to conclude all our pending business. And I want to urge members to be patient and stay within the principles of Parliament for us to be able to conclude business, so that those who will be participating in the Games will be able to leave on the 7th. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I note that the Bureau resolved that in this year's Games, participating teams will be composed wholly of members of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, allow me to repeat that for the benefit of those who are consulting, that this year the Bureau has resolved that participating teams will be composed wholly of members of Parliament. Given that this is a departure, Honorable Speaker, from the past, where staff had been allowed limited participation in the Games, it is a wake-up call for our members to take the Games seriously in terms of preparation and participation. On a light note, Honorable Speaker, I challenge our departmental committee on sports, and I know the chair is here, to strategically plan around this decision so that we do not end up participating in Games in which we become a walloping bag for our neighbors. Honorable Speaker, that is especially for those like myself and Honorable Sholei and Honorable Junet Mohammed, who have never participated in these Games, to make sure we don't hear that now these Games are strictly for members of Parliament, and you end up on a football pitch and you know the Honorable Junet may not be able to finish the first 45 minutes. Honorable Speaker, I know I can do at least 45 minutes, but not the 90. But I am also certain the Honorable Junet Mohammed cannot do beyond 45 minutes. Honorable Speaker, I know that the staff have been allowed limited participation in the Games in athletics only. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, on a light note, I use the example of myself and Honorable Junet on football. This should not discourage our staff, as the Joint Planning Committee has been empowered to review the participation of staff in future Games. But it's also worth noting, Honorable Speaker, that this year, the participation of staff, therefore, will be limited. Therefore, we should plan in future to restore greater staff participation in more disciplines so as to enhance the greater goal of the Games, which is to foster regional integration in all spheres. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and again, congratulations on your nomination as the next chairperson of the Bureau of Speakers, and on lobbying for our country not only to host the Games next year, but also to host the East African Parliamentary Institute. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I wish, Honorable Speaker, to lay before the House the report of that meeting in Juba, which you participated and which came up with those very commendable recommendations for our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member for Nyando. Give him the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and in the same breath, allow me to join my brother, Honorable Ichungwa, in congratulating you in ascending to the position of Vice Chair of the Bureau as you await to become, oh, sorry, Chair. I take back that. I take back that. As Chair of the East Africa Bureau. Honorable Speaker, I happened to have joined you last year in Juba. And in the opening ceremony, Honorable Speaker, you gave a very prolific and scintillating speech that caught everybody off guard. And indeed, full of wisdom, East Africa in general will benefit quite immensely from your knowledge, your know-how, and your experience in matters parliament. And most importantly, Honorable Speaker, as we did take last year as our theme for the East African Games, that the main idea was to strengthen, to widen, to deepen, and to tighten our collaboration within the East African states, Honorable Speaker. You have what it takes to ensure that all these qualities, all these positive adjectives will be added on to the East African Legislative Assembly together with the East African Parliament's Honorable Speaker. As a participant in athletics, Honorable Speaker, we have had a lot of trainings lately, even though our numbers are shrinking of members who participate in this. And Honorable Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that members of staff are very, very dedicated in this endeavor. And therefore, it pains that we may have their numbers thinned as they leave for Rwanda, Honorable Speaker. I would want to urge you to relook into this issue of members of staff, Honorable Speaker, but those who have taken a lot of their time sacrificing their sleep to be part of the entourage that will be in Rwanda participating in this event, Honorable Speaker. And once again, I congratulate you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, member for Manyata. Take 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate you. And we are very happy that East Africa will experience your leadership as the chair. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we as members are encouraged to participate in sports. And Honorable Speaker, many of members who came in last year, they have developed a lot of tummies as they continue enjoying the privileges of being members of parliament. And I would hope the chair for sports should be able to organize things that while we are preparing for East Africa Games, we also prepare internally to have our own games and have our own ways of relaxing and ensuring that we enjoy these sporting activities, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am concerned with the choice of not having staff members participating in these games. And Honorable Speaker, one of the most important things is that these staffs have always dedicated themselves to sporting activities. And they have been able to encourage even members to really hit the gym, go to Nyayo Stadium in the morning. And Honorable Speaker, I believe we should either have their category or at least we should be able to accommodate them, Honorable Speaker. Myself, I'm a privilege, I'm proud to be the silver medalist of the 400 meters, Honorable Speaker, of the games we participated in Juba. This time I'm going for gold, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chematia? 2 minutes. After you, Nikal, then the chairman of sports will close that.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa nafasi hiyo ambayo umenipa. Mwanzo ningependa kukupa kongole kwa kuchaguliwa kama mwenyekiti wa wanaspika katika jumuiya. Kwa kweli ambao walikuwa wanafanya uchaguzi walielewa ueledi wako katika hali yako ya uongozi. Pia ningachukua fursa hii kukuhimiza kuwa katika uongozi wako wananchi wa jumuiya watafurahia na kuona tofauti katika hali yako ya uongozi. Pia Bwana Spika, ningependa kuchukua fursa kuwa na kueleza mimi kama mojawapo ambao nilikuwa mjumbe. Jumuiya yetu ya Afrika Mashariki inakuwa kwa ukubwa sana. Kwa sasa tuko na nchi 7 ambazo zinaweza kukabiliana kwa mambo vyovyote katika uchumi, rasilimali za nchi, na Kenya ikiwa mstari wa mbele. Najua uongozi wako itapeana mwelekezo thabiti. Mimi nikiwa hapa kiongozi, ni mmoja wa wale ambao tutashiriki katika michezo ambayo inakuja huko Kigali, na mimi ni mchezaji mmoja wa kutegemewa sana, na nitakuwa pale ili nilete medali katika nchi hii ya Kenya. Na shukrani sana Bwana Spika.
Asante Mama Chematia, tutakutegemea. Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki sasa ina nchi 8, sio 7 vile umesema. Yes, Nyekal. Give to Dr. Nyekal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. May I also take this opportunity to congratulate you for being elected chair of the Bureau. Mr. Speaker, I know you have the capacity, and it has always been my wish that we should make the community what it should be and what it has been. Many of us grew up knowing that the East African community was actually one unit. We had one currency, we had one railways and harbors, we had one airways, we had one university, we had one road services, and we knew people were moving across without any barriers. And that's where we should. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that is where you should take it. When we go there to the East African community, we should not go as individual countries trying to fight each other. We should actually go there as creating one unit that works together for all of us. So, Mr. Speaker, I know you are capable of doing that, and that would be a great thing for this area. And now that it has expanded, it will be a huge market with one infrastructure. So, Speaker, it will be extending from Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean across Zaire. Second, Mr. Speaker, I also feel that excluding staff from participating in the games is actually discriminatory. Staff are part and parcel of the legislative bodies, and excluding them, anything that brings a barrier between the staff and the legislators, I think, should be discouraged. And I know you can also get that reconsidered. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I think we should also extend the games. Honorable, the leader of majority was saying there are some people who can't play some games. There are some new games we should bring that can bring people in, particularly people of elderly stature. Games like Mbao, I don't know what it is in English, you know better English than me, or Rajua, so that when we go there, everybody has a contribution to make. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Kawaya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also join the rest of the honorable members in congratulating you, and also state that, Mr. Speaker, you've grown a special liking alongside the East Africa corridors. We had our meeting, our East Africa JPC, a couple of weeks ago, and I remember every other country was referencing your powerful speech during the last games in Juba last year. Mr. Speaker, there is benefits to participating in games, and as a member of parliament and also the chair of the Bunge Sports, I am a beneficiary of these particular benefits in terms of health benefits and also winning the special gold medals. For the 7th year consecutive, I'm the gold medalist for 100 meters and 200 meters. Usain Bolt is only 1.5 seconds faster than me. And there are those who think my body size is by witchcraft. That is not the case. It is simply by participating in these games, and it has health benefits. Mr. Speaker, just a few comments. One,
You have 1 minute to go.
one is that I would want to invite members, starting with Kimani Ichung'wah and the rest, to start preparing as we host our games next year. Number two, Mr. Speaker, on the matter of staff participation in these games. Mr. Speaker, I sit in the East Africa JPC, and the idea around the staff participation was basically not to have staff not included in these games, but to separate participation of members from the staff, so that as honorable members do their games, then we can have the staff participate also parallel to honorable members. I think there's a miscommunication that the idea is to have staff not participating in these games. But Honorable Speaker, I also want to request this Honorable House through your chairmanship. We have a lot of issues around budget. Mr. Speaker, it will be completely unfair. Right now, we want to thank the Speaker's Bureau because we've been allowed participation of 45 members under athletics, which we believe are going to be spread across the different disciplines. But Honorable Speaker, this is only so because we have budget limitations. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I want to request you, because we've always had insufficient budget, in the next supplementary budget, consider reviewing or supporting us to review the budget allocation for sports, because it is barely enough. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, we've always had this scenario where the speakers have ruled that games participation is going to be 12 days. And Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, because of budget constraints, Team Kenya, which is supposed to be a super economy, we go to participate in these games and we end up leaving before the games are concluded. We've even had scenarios where the games are still continuing.
Wind up.
The games are still continuing, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude. And at the same time, awards are being given, while at the same time still games are still continuing, which means that we need ample time to participate in these games so that we can get the maximum out of it. And this can only happen if we get good or proper budget allocation. I seek the support of this House so that in future, starting the next supplementary budget, we review our sports budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, 1970 UNESCO Convention on the Means of Prohibiting and Preventing the Illicit Import, Export, and Transfer of Ownership of Cultural Property. Question to be put.
Thank you. All the honorable members. Members on their feet, take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture on its consideration of the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the Means of Prohibition and Preventing the Illicit Import, Export, and Transfer of Ownership of Cultural Property, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 12th October 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit export, import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. As members of that opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, motion. Loans contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023. Question to be put.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the loans contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 28 September 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, before we go to order number 10 and 11, I will now allow Otienda Molo, member for Rarieda, to raise the issue he wanted to raise on the conflict of interest bill. Honorable Otienda, I'll give you a maximum of 10 minutes and give the majority leader equal time to respond. And any member who may want to join in, I'll not allow extensive debate on this, will be given 3 minutes each. I want this particular matter to take no more than the next 30 minutes. Give the mic to Honorable Otienda.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'll actually take a shorter time.
Wonderful.
Honorable Speaker, I did write to your good office on 21st of November, raising 15 different points on why, in my opinion, the conflict of interest bill stands as unconstitutional in its present form. Honorable Speaker, I will highlight just 3 because I took the liberty to copy the letter to the minority leader and the majority leader, and I'm sure they are seized of it. Honorable Speaker, let me also point out that I'm aware that the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee only finished its deliberations this afternoon on the bill, and they have produced an addendum report, part of which actually agreed with some of the points we've raised. Honorable Speaker, in paragraph 3, we raised the issue in terms of definition. This bill brings a definition of public officer that, in my view, would conflict with the definition in the Constitution, and strangely, even seeks to include volunteers, consultants, and persons who render any form of services to be public officers. The implication of that is immense. In paragraph 4, Honorable Speaker, in direct contradiction of the separation of powers and the Powers and Privileges Act and our own standing orders that has made this House self-regulating, in its wisdom, this House passed an Act of Parliament, the Powers and Privileges Act. It then also passed the standing orders and gave power to the Powers and Privileges Committee to deal with the issues in terms of conflict of interest. This bill seeks to yank that from Parliament, to yank it and assign it to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, so that the Commission would then end up regulating what even we as members of Parliament do in this Parliament. That is wrong. Every branch must be self-regulating, just the way the judiciary is and ought to be self-regulating by the Judicial Service Commission. We are self-regulating through yourself, Mr. Speaker, as the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, and then the committee. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 5 then does something very strange. Other than trying to regulate all public officers and state officers, this bill then singles out in clause 11 only members of parliament. It does not single out anyone else. It does not single out cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, judges, only members of parliament, almost as if this bill is tailored to focus on members of parliament in a very unfair way. Mr. Speaker, in clause 11.2, which is in paragraph 8 of my letter, it does something very strange. Other than requiring members of parliament to declare whenever there's any issue of conflict of interest, it then says that wherever such a declaration is made, no member of parliament can participate in any debate or discussion where they would benefit. The implication of that, Mr. Speaker, is that there would be no one to legislate on any issues affecting members of parliament because we'd all be in conflict of interest. There would be no one, and we would not even be able to deliberate on the NGAF, the NGCDF bill as we are deliberating today. There would be no one to discuss the question of salaries or pensions or car grants because we would all be declared to have been in conflict under clause 11.2 and therefore unable to discuss anything around that. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 10, we raise the issue in terms of declaration of income, assets, and liabilities. And this bill not only requires a public officer, like a member of parliament, to declare their income, asset, and liability, but then it even extends to their spouse and dependent children, so that the Honorable Wanjala, who I think has just walked out, and who by his own admission is a serious polygamist, would then be required to ask his wives for full disclosure of what they owe and own, and to include in that declaration. This is a breach of Article 31 of the Constitution, and especially because once you've declared, it then becomes information held by the state, which anyone can access. The Honorable Speaker, I have raised 15 different points. I do not need to read them again because you are well seized of them. I urge that it be considered by yourself, Honorable Speaker, in addition to the report of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, so that we can seriously reconsider this bill, because this bill has the potential of harming ourselves. Self-preservation has always been the most basic human instinct. Let us not be a house that is given to self-infliction of pain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Otiende Amolo. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me first thank Senior Counsel Otiende Amolo for those issues and indeed confirm that the Honorable Otiende Amolo did write a letter, very detailed letter with all those 13 or 14 issues, and he did copy my office, and I remember, Honorable Speaker, discussing the same with yourself and the chair of the JLAC committee, who unfortunately is not here, but the vice chair, Honorable Mutusa, is here. And we have further discussed all the issues that were raised by the Honorable Otiende in his letter with the chair and the vice chair of the JLAC committee. And I believe, Honorable Speaker, given an opportunity, since the chair is away, the vice chair should be able to appraise us on where fast they are in terms of looking at those issues among us, many other issues that came up during public participation, and which, as has been indicated by Senior Counsel, already some of those issues are being addressed by the JLAC committee. Honorable Speaker, it's also worth mentioning to the Honorable Otiende Amolo that in the House Business Committee this morning, we did agree to stand down that conflict of interest bill from this afternoon sitting for Committee of the Whole. First, to allow the JLAC committee to complete the work that they were already doing, to maybe later tomorrow or the day after, whenever time will allow, and when the House Business Committee will be able to schedule business. But, Honorable Speaker, just to note that as much as I may agree with the Honorable Otiende on a number of things touching on, especially on definitions of who a relative is, who a public officer is, because that which is provided, explicitly provided for in the Constitution, we can not then seek to redefine it in statute, because the Constitution is the supreme law of the country, and any other law that then we enact that is in conflict with the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, when I was studying commercial law in my CPA, we were told that it becomes ultra-vires, and therefore any such definition that goes against what is provided for in the Constitution then will be ultra-vires the Constitution and become null and void. However, Honorable Speaker, the definitions like a relative, the Constitution does not define who your relative is. But then it begs a moral question as to how far do you define who your relative is as a public officer? Your mother-in-law, your sister-in-law, some that you may not even know, if they are doing business, Honorable Speaker, and they don't eat in your house, they don't depend on your pay as a public officer, they have no direct relation with you, then can you then say that there is a conflict of interest between that distant relative and yourself as a public officer? Therefore, those are issues, Honorable Speaker, that are already before the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, of which I believe the Honorable Otiende Amolo is a member. I was hoping he would indicate where they are as a committee, but I am informed he was not in the meeting today, this morning, and therefore I want to believe that JLAC will be able to appraise us on the addendum they are doing that is touching on major amendments that will touch on some of these provisions that the Honorable Otiende has pointed to. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, what is this bill seeking to do? Honorable Speaker, if you read our Constitution, Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity, this bill is breathing life to the chapter on leadership and integrity, and more so on matters touching on integrity. And therefore, I would tend to disagree with the senior counsel on issues that touch on integrity, that they would not sit well in this bill, because they do sit well when we talk about issues to do with corruption and conflicts of interest. Honorable Speaker, Article 75 of the Constitution, 75(1)(a). Honorable Speaker, if I care to read, that a state officer shall, and it makes it mandatory, shall behave, whether in public and official life, in private life, or in association with other persons, in a manner that avoids A, conflicts of interest, any conflict between personal interests and public or official duties. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the long objective of this bill is to actualize that particular provision of Article 75(1)(a), that you'll be avoiding conflict of interest between personal interest and public interest or official duties. B, compromising any public or official interest in favor of a personal interest or demeaning the holder of that office, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, there are many other issues without even belaboring the point that Honorable Otiende has also said. We do not need to go through all the 15 or 13 items he listed, but there are some that I would agree with and many others that I would strongly disagree with, because they intend to actualize and breathe life to Article 75(1)(a)(b) of our Constitution. And if you are truly intent, Honorable Speaker, on slaying the monster that we all talk about, slaying the monster and the dragon of corruption, which spreads far and wide, Honorable Speaker. And I've heard the issues that are being raised on self-preservation. Even as we seek to do what we call self-preservation, Honorable Speaker, we must be careful that we do not self-preserve in a way that we entrench conflict of interest in public offices, Honorable Speaker. Because we must lead from the front as the lawmakers in ensuring that there is absolutely no conflict of interest by public officers. And public officers, I want to agree with the Honorable Otiende Amolo in that respect, that a public officer does not necessarily mean an elective office or people holding elective offices. It is not just members of parliament and members of county assemblies. We have governors. We have the executive, right from the president to the ministers and the principal secretaries who are in appointive offices. All those, Honorable Speaker, we must hold them to account using this bill and ensure that even as we seek to self-preserve, we also enact laws that will hold everybody even members of parliament, Honorable Speaker, and members of county assemblies, and even governors and presidents and deputy presidents who are elective to account and to ensure that there is absolutely no conflict of interest in the way they conduct public office, and there is a clear demarcation between your public affairs and your private business interests. Because, Honorable Speaker, if we are left in a situation where there is a blurred distinction between what is private and what is public, Honorable Speaker, the era that we have been speaking of state capture will never come to an end. This is the opportunity we have as a House, and the country and history will judge us based on what we do with this bill. If we speak so much about the fight against corruption, and every time there is mention of a scandal here and there, the political class are usually the first to speak against corruption. Let us not just speak about against corruption and speak about corruption. Let us act. Let us enact laws that will ensure that there is no corruption, there is no conflict of interest, and in line with what we provided for when we elected to have this constitution as the supreme law of our country, that we actualize the provisions of Article 6, and specifically that 75, 1A and B that I have read. With that, Honorable Speaker, I do want to submit, Honorable Speaker, that we hold our horses as we await the JLA committee to table the addendum, and we be able to see what is it that they have proposed for amendments. And that is not to say, Honorable Speaker, that what JLAC will have proposed as amendments, if they do not carry an amendment that I intend to move, nothing, Honorable Speaker, stops any member of this House from moving an amendment to rectify what they think should be rectified in the bill. And if it makes sense, Honorable Speaker, without diluting the objectives of the bill, we shall support. But we must also do so in a cautious manner. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg that we allow the JLA committee to finish their work and appraise the House accordingly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ocheng. Yes, I'll come to you. I've given to David Ocheng.
No, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my voice on this particular matter, and I agree with Honorable Tiende that there are issues that
Give to David Ocheng the mic.
there are issues we need to address going forward, Mr. Speaker. I was so worried when I saw the bill in the draft order paper this morning, and I want to thank you and thank House Bills Committee for seeing the sense in putting the bill.
What's happening to the mic?
But, Mr. Speaker, the biggest issue...
Order, honorable members. I want to hear order.
Mr. Speaker, the biggest issue...
Order, Irene Kasalo and your team.
Mr. Speaker, the reason I believe this bill...
Order. I'm being called upon to make a ruling on a bill before you. Give me an opportunity to hear.
Mr. Speaker, the reason I believe this bill is very urgent is that sometimes we think about things in a very pedantic way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this country today is in this place it's in because we have allowed every government official to do business at every corner. And like I said last week, Mr. Speaker, the reason we're even having issues of liquidity is that we are allowing everybody, including members of parliament, to do business, but because I don't know where's fear of the EACC. No, Mr. Speaker, I said, I want to repeat here, that since this government came to power, you will not get any safe in the shops here in the country. People who intend to loot have bought all the safes in the shops. I believe in us because we cannot be doing business, allowing government officials to do business, convert money to dollars, and keep. So we can't have, the reason our dollar is going up, our Kenya is going up, is because we have allowed government officials to do business, keep this money at home, no money circulating. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat what I said last week. Even us in this parliament, our roads, our CDFs, you want to decide who does them for us. And I don't think it's something wrong to discipline this parliament Mr. Speaker, I believe that the weakest link in corruption in this country is this parliament. And so I don't think we should fear. If a law is going to decide how we do business, how we don't do business as parliamentarians, I will support the Speaker. And so I would request that this will be the last time you are going to give this opportunity for members to bring their amendments and ensure that the law that is made finally is not a law where we are going to have room for circumvention to now enable people still go around the law and make this work. Mr. Speaker, I also hope that the amendments going to bring will ensure that EACC is not looking for other powers. EACC is always looking under its back. Who is going to make this call? The same as VCI. We should strengthen these institutions, allow them to work without intimidation, without trying to cajole them, to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, their own corruption is what will make this country work. Thank you and I support.
Yes, Jared. Give the mic to Jared Okello.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I also had an opportunity to look at the issues raised, which are quite fundamental and grave, by Honorable Otiende Amolo, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is true that all professions, and in this House, we all belong to various professions, Honorable Speaker. Each and everyone has its own self-regulating body. And Honorable Speaker, you talk to lawyers, they have LSK. You talk to journalists, they have the Media Council of Kenya. You talk to doctors, they have their own. And Honorable Speaker, in the wisdom of the drafters of our Constitution, we came up with Privileges Committee in this House to help us self-regulate, Honorable Speaker. Looking at this bill, Honorable Speaker, it gives more powers to EACC to reel its ugly head on the affairs of the members of this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it gags members of this House. It makes us cede powers that we have as members of Parliament to EACC, Honorable Speaker. Those who sit in the county as governors will tell you how they have to contend with the presence of EACC in their offices, Honorable Speaker, without recourse, without any reason, but they are permanently seated in those offices, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill is meant to give more powers to EACC to superintend this House, and I do not know whether we will again tinker with the EACC Act in order to give them more powers, because they cannot operate on a vacuum as regards this House, Honorable Speaker. These members, as I said, have their own professions, and they are not going to kill their professions at the altar of sitting in this House, Honorable Speaker, and that is exactly what this bill is trying to prescribe, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I think, in the wisdom of the leadership, they have given it back to JLAC. JLAC will talk about amendments, but why amend something that is tragically wrong? Let us kill it, and we start from the scratch, Honorable Speaker, so that we can have something that is reflective of the wishes of members of this House. We have ceded more powers to the executive unknowingly, and when you are fencing your home, know that you are fencing yourself within it, and you will have to contend with the consequences. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mboko Melemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you for Honorable Otiende Amolo for raising this matter. But above all, let me thank you, Honorable Speaker, that you did this midday today, at least push this bill ahead. Honorable Speaker, I'll talk about this issue from the position of the independence of Parliament. Independence of Parliament, also called parliamentary supremacy, is a doctrine that rides across many jurisdictions, and I think Kenya is one of them. Both the UK has this doctrine of supremacy of Parliament, and many other jurisdictions, and Kenya is part of this. In supremacy of Parliament, this is such that Parliament should not be controlled by any other institution. And that allows Parliament to legislate and make laws freely without fear. So, what I fear out of some of the issues raised by Otiende Amolo, and which I had seen, are that, for instance, on the issue of debating on an issue that is conflicting members of parliament, that will completely gag the House, Honorable Speaker. And the parliament will not be seized of its power to legislate without fear. And therefore, there are issues in this particular bill which must be handled very carefully, even as the committee concludes its work, so that the parliamentary supremacy as a doctrine is retained, is not lost. Otherwise, if we lose it, then we shall vulgarize the House, and the House shall not carry out its mandate as indicated. Two, and lastly, there's the issue of isolating Parliament and everything being about the members of Parliament. I think the bill should be cross-cutting so that it includes everybody and every public officer and not narrowed to Parliament alone. But above all, Honorable Speaker, supremacy of Parliament must be retained, and that is why no Parliament can actually commit a future Parliament. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Take your seats. Take your seats. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Otiende Amolo, member for Arieda, wrote to the Speaker 2 letters on this bill. The first one, he was proposing that when the bill comes to Committee of the Whole, he'll delete every paragraph, including the title and the memorandum of objects, as being unconstitutional. I think he reflected on the first letter and wrote a second letter citing several provisions that he felt, in his judgment, were not only unreasonable, but unconstitutional. I shared the letter with the Majority Leader and the Chair of JLAC, and my direction was that some of the issues he raised were not idle. They had some sense. And since the Speaker does not participate in debate, I directed the Majority Leader to pass on the letter and all the myriad of issues raised by Honorable Otiende Amolo, some with merit, to the JLAC committee to consider the matter. The matter is now before the JLAC committee. I remember my good old professor of law, Aaron Ringera, used to tell us in class that if you want to judge a good law, imagine that law in the hands of your worst enemy. If you feel safe with it, then it's a good law. And I think that is the premise and philosophy that Otiende Amolo is prosecuting. The matter is before JLAC. I direct that when we reach Order 12, Roman 3, the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, will be stepped down so that we get to know what JLAC is doing in response to what you wrote to them. In any event, you are also a member of that committee. You can prosecute some of those issues before the committee. In the event the report and the addendum thereto comes to the House, and some of the issues you feel very strongly about are not addressed, then I'll give you an opportunity to revisit, and thereafter I'll give a reasoned direction on the matter. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Farah, on the same matter? Give
on the same
Farah.
one, yes. On the same one, yes. Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the JLAC. Otiende Amolo, is one of the most brilliant legal minds we have in this country. And as far as the proceedings and the debates within JLAC is concerned, he is missing in action. He is missing in action. I want him to come and participate fully in JLAC so that we are able to deal with all the issues he has raised. He was not there. I'm a member. And yeah, he was there once, yes. And the minority whip. And I agree with all that he has raised. By the way, I want to tell you that. I have my serious issues to the extent which, at the committee level itself, I said I want to have the dissenting, position on mine. Which means I'm on a point of order. I'm on a point of order, yes. The other one is Kajwang. Equally an excellent, legal mind. Please come and help us prosecute the things that you're talking about. We're in agreement with them, but we want us to pick up these things also at the committee level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't want to open debate on this. Honorable members, what is out of order, Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker, the speaker who has just gone before you is casting aspersion on members. Yeah, because I'm a veteran and ranking member of that committee. He is saying that Otiende Amollo, who just yesterday, he and me alone with a few other members were very seriously, and my friend, Honorable Adan, he was not there. First of all, he has just come in chamber right now. He does not know even what we are discussing. Then he stands up and says very senior members are missing in action. I think he's casting aspersion and he needs to withdraw those kind of, yeah.
Order. Yes, Junet. What is it?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm also a member of the JLAC committee. So, Speaker, I wanted to bring to your attention also, because, the matter we are dealing with is conflict of interest. And, we must start it from the word go to deal with the conflict of interest even before the bill is enacted. So, Speaker, the venue also you need to change, because in his own wisdom, the chairman put the venue of the report writing at Weston Hotel. That already is a conflict of interest. Let us go to another hotel, Mr. Speaker, because the president is going to assent to that bill, and it's already conflict, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're trying to do.
You're out of order. Yes, member for yes, majority leader. Chebalungu, hold your horses.
No, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just mentioned the Honorable Murugara, who is the chair of JLAC, was not in the House. And to hear one of his members, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, who never attends committee meetings, from records, claim that he did not attend a meeting because the chair scheduled the meeting at Weston Hotel, I think is a height of hypocrisy, Honorable Speaker, because the Honorable Junet, being an old member of this House, also knows the chairs of committees do not decide on the venues of such meetings. That is the office of the clerk and the Parliamentary Service Commission that procures hotels where to schedule meetings, and you can hold a meeting even under a tree. If the Honorable Junet Mohammed didn't want to go to Weston together with the others, but Honorable Speaker, also to note that I have severally bought Honorable Junet Mohammed a cup of tea at the Weston Hotel. So I don't know what he's saying that he cannot go to a committee meeting at Weston Hotel. Just to encourage all these members, as the Honorable Speaker Farah is saying, please, especially for those of us that are seasoned and veteran members like TJ Kajwang, Senior Counsel Otiende, Whip Junet, please patronize this committee meeting so that members, even the younger members, get to learn from you and not give such flimsy excuses as the Honorable Junet was giving.
Chebalungu, member for Chepalungu. I've given the floor to member for the Chepalungu. Kibwezi or Mutuse? Yeah, sorry, Mutuse. Can you give Mutuse the mic?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And from the onset, I want to confirm that we are properly directed and we will abide by your directions that you have given in terms of the issues that Otiendo Omolo had raised. Number two, to confirm that the Honorable Otiendo Omolo has been attending committee meetings, and that's why a lot of the issues that he had raised have been debated in the committee, and just to inform members that without anticipating or preempting debate, the report of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee is substantially ready. And latest tomorrow, the report will be before this House. And so, Mr. Speaker, because you have stepped down the issue, to request that members to hold their horses, the report will be before this House tomorrow. We will table it so that you may look at it, so that we can look at the issues substantially. Because many of the issues that are being debated here are already in the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Can we let it end there? What is it, member for Kisumu Town East?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, APNEC is very interested and very much involved in the issue of conflict of interest. We've been following up with the JLAC committee, and we have sent our comments. And I agree, I've seen the report of JLAC, and I do think that what you have guided us is the right thing to do. However, I would request the chair of JLAC to also include the representatives of APNEC. Some of them are also members of JLAC in the conversation tomorrow, so that we can finalize some of the major issues that we were going to bring to committee stage. If we can agree beforehand, it would be great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023. Notice of recommittal received.
Honorable members, order. I have some guidance to the House in relation to orders number 10 and 11, which is as follows. This is on the proposed recommittal of the statutory. Can we reduce conversations, honorable members? Jerry, tell the man next to you to keep his cool. The proposed recommittal of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill 2023 and the National Government Constituency Development Fund Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable members, before the clerk calls out orders number 10 and 11, I wish to guide the House on the current stage at which the motions listed under the said orders are and the procedure to be followed once the House decides one way or the other. For clarity, honorable members, the two orders relate to agreement with the reports of the committees of the whole House on Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, and the National Government Constituency Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023, respectively. The two bills were considered in the Committee of the Whole House on Wednesday, 8th of November 2023. As you may recall, when the Committee of the Whole House on the said bill was concluded, and before the third reading, several members sought to recommit certain clauses in both bills. Accordingly, notices of recommittal motion were made pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 136A, recommittal procedure, and disclaimers thereof are indicated in the order paper. Honorable members, with respect to the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill 2023, the two notices for recommittal have been filed by the Vice Chairperson of the Procedure and House Rules Committee, the Honorable Gladys Boss, EGH-MP, and Mathare constituency, the Honorable Anton Olwoch MP. Of note, both members are seeking to recommit Clause 2 and Clauses 4 and 5. With respect to the National Government Constituency Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023, the member for Aina Moi, Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, CBS MP, Nabukoi, file a notice to recommit clause 8. Honorable members, having approved the notices of recommittal, I will separately propose the questions under orders number 10 and 11 afresh in order to allow the members who file notices of recommittal to move appropriate amendments in terms of Standing Order 136A. For greater certainty, the amendments will be in the following terms. That the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the following words at the end of subject to recommittal of clause XYZ. If the proposed amendments in respect of either or both bills are agreed to, the House will resolve into Committee of the Whole House under Order number 12. The Committee of the Whole House will dispense with the recommitted clauses only. If the questions for the proposed recommittal are negative, the two bills will proceed to third reading. The Honourable Member for Ainabkoi will move the House to recommit the specific clause of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill 2023. On the other hand, I have been guided that the leader of the majority party will move the House to recommit the specific clauses of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Amendment Bill 2023, when I propose the respective questions. Honourable members, having guided the House, I will now proceed to propose the question again, starting with the motion under Order number 10 and thereafter the motion under Order number 11. Honourable members, therefore, I propose the question at Order number 10, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023. Majority Leader? Majority Leader, I'm told this is for Chepkonga. Yes, statutory instruments.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the motion of agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the following words, subject to the recommittal of clauses 2, 3, and 4. And I would like to request the Deputy Speaker to second, because she has a number of amendments that she has proposed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
I second.
Order, honourable members. Members on their feet, take the nearest seat. Honourable members, I propose that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the following words, subject to recommittal of clause 2, 3, and 4. I put the question. Honourable members, I now put the question, which is that the motion agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the following words, subject to recommittal of clauses 2, 3, and 4. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Order, honourable members. Order, Honourable Farah. Take the nearest seat. Honourable members, I now put the question on the motion as amended, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, subject to recommittal of clauses 2, 3, and 4. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023.
Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 11, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023. Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the following words, subject to recommittal of Clause 8, and I wish to request the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga to second.
Chepkonga.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to second, and I would like to say this, Mr. Speaker. When it gets to the recommittal, I don't want to anticipate the debate, but what we are seeking to do, Mr. Speaker, after extensive consultations between myself and the leadership of the House and the chairman of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, we have agreed that the amendment that I was supposed to carry be carried substantively in the NGCDF amendment bill that has already been published, that is under consideration by the Committee on National Government Development Fund. The reason being, Mr. Speaker, we need to move fairly expeditiously so that we can get the funds to be released, particularly those ones for bursary. We have said we don't want to go for recess without this money. And he has assured me that he's going to release the money. So, and I've agreed, Mr. Speaker, and you know, Mr. Speaker, we wanted to ensure that every member gets 201 million shillings. And he has agreed that he was going to carry that amendment, and it is going to be taken like the way it is, Mr. Speaker, because he carries very substantive and amendments. And two, we want to carry the whole House. We want everybody to agree with all of us. So I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for conceding to have this to be recommitted. I thank you.
Honorable members, I'll now propose the question, which is that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the following words, subject to recommittal of Clause 8. I now put the question, which is that the motion agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the following words, subject to recommittal of Clause 8. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question on the motion as amended. Order. Order. Which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023, subject to recommittal of Clause 8. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Honorable members, following the direction I gave you, it means that when you go to the Committee of the Whole, then the withdrawal of Honorable Chepkonga will then be effected at that stage. Honorable members. Honorable members, before you go to the next order, I have some communication to make. And this is in relation to the dress code, admittance of visitors to Parliament, and security measures. Honorable members, you may recall that during the afternoon sitting of the House of Tuesday, September 2023, the Minority Whip and member for Suna East, the Honorable Junet Mohammed MP, rose on a point of order and sought the guidance of the chair on whether the member for Kimilili, the Honorable Didmas Baraza MP, was appropriately dressed. For greater clarity, at the time, the Honorable Didmas Baraza donned a collarless coat popularly known as Kaunda suit. You may also recall that in my preliminary response, I decried the emerging tendency by certain members of the House to breach the rules of the dress code. I indicated that the breaches were occurring in plenary, in committees, and in controlled members' facilities within Parliament, particularly the lounges and restaurants. There are several members, honorable members, both ladies and gentlemen, who have on various occasions approached the chair to point out how indecently or inappropriately some of their colleagues are dressed. As your speaker, I have resisted the temptation to name and shame any member because I feel and know the devastating effect it can have on honorable members, especially first-term members. Consequently, honorable members, I undertook to guide the House on this matter. In this regard, honorable members, in my communication, I'll guide on the rules on dress code, admittance of visitors to Parliament, and security measures within the precincts of Parliament, since they are all related. Let me commence with the matter of dress code. As you may be aware, honorable members, this is not the first time the Speaker has been invited to determine the appropriateness or otherwise of members' dress code. I have gone through the Speaker's rulings from 1963 to 2022 and established several instances where presiding officers were called upon to rule on the dress code. The decisions made by my predecessors are clear on what would pass as appropriate dress code for members while attending parliamentary business. Now that there is no lacuna, I will refrain from delving into the substance of the point of order raised by the minority party whip and other issues attendant thereto. Instead, I'll focus on what the rules and the precedents of the House expect of honorable members on matters of dress code. Honorable members, prescription of a parliamentary dress code is important as it not only establishes the sartorial standards of the House, but also preserves its honor and dignity as an august House. It is for this reason that parliamentary dress code has been jealously guarded and defended over the years, not only in our House, but in houses all over. To this end, parliaments the world over have anchored descriptive provisions on the dress code of members of Parliament, staff, and other persons admitted to the precincts of Parliament. In the case of this House, appropriate dress code is described in Rule number 9 of the Speaker's Rules, and the rule provides as follows, and I quote, "Members of Parliament, members of the press, and guests should not enter the chamber, lounge, dining room, or committee rooms without being properly dressed. A proper dress for men means a coat, a collar, a tie, long-sleeved shirt, long trousers, socks, shoes, or service uniform. For the ladies, business, formal, or smart casual wear applies. Skirts and dresses should be below knee length and decent. Sleeveless blouses are prohibited." Honorable members, whereas the rule is clear, determination of the Speaker has been sought on various occasions owing to the variants that the described dressing has assumed over time. Of interest to the matter at hand is the appropriateness of religious regalia, kaunda suits, hats, capes for men, and traditional cultural wear in the context of Rule 9. Honorable members, with regard to kaunda suits, I need not belabor the fact that several members of the 13th Parliament and past houses have donned kaunda suits. For the record, donning of kaunda suits has somehow gained acceptance in the House since the 8th Parliament, when the then member for Runyenjes, Honorable Njeru Kadhangu, always wore the attire. In subsequent parliaments, including the 12th Parliament, certain members have seemingly been following the Honorable Kadhangu's footsteps. Senior Counsel, the Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo MP, the member for Riede, stands out as having a particular taste for collarless coats. The same was the case of the former member for Kisumu Town West, the Honorable Olago Aluoch, among others. Honorable members, my predecessors have had issue with kaunda suit, have had no issue with Kaunda suits. The records of the House include a ruling made on Wednesday, 13th March 2019, on appropriate dress code for members in Parliament, in which my immediate predecessor, Speaker Justin Muturi, who also loves similar attire, reaffirmed that indeed, as I ruled before in 2014, Kaunda suits and even for lack of a better term, the Mao Zedong coats, worn without a tie are admissible as part of proper dressing in the House. Consequently, despite clear provisions by Rule 9 of the Speaker's rules, Kaunda suit has somehow been tolerated in the House. However, honorable members, arising from emerging fashion trends that now threaten the establishment of parliamentary dress code, it has become necessary for me to depart from what has been obtaining regarding the admittance of the Kaunda suit as appropriate dress. I do this to guard against negating the set standards, especially given the current preference by some members to dress easy while attending parliamentary business in plenary and committees. This practice outrightly does not accord with the seriousness of the proceedings of the House and its committees. Going forward, therefore, honorable members, any attire outside what is prescribed in Rule 9 of the Speaker's rules is prohibited. This includes Kaunda suits, whether long or short-sleeved. With respect to other gracious honorable lady members, I have been petitioned regarding appropriate attire for the distinguished honorable members. These concerns have largely been raised by fellow gracious lady members who have asked me to protect the dignity of the House and its committees. In this regard, honorable members, it's instructive that lady members must also be dressed in official attire at all times while in the presence of Parliament and while attending committee meetings, in adherence to Rule 9 of the Speaker's rules. Honorable lady members must also avoid tightly fitting clothes and revealing attire. The above directive is in no way meant to prefect honorable members, but to protect and uphold the dignity of the House and your stature as honorable members of Parliament. Honorable members, allow me to now address the second issue on the place of traditional or cultural attire in the chamber. You recall on the Tuesday, 15th August 2023, I exceptionally permitted the Honorable Rebecca Tonkei, MP, and the Honorable Agnes Pareyo, MP, to momentarily be in the chamber while donning in Maasai cultural dress. It is instructive for the House to take note that the admittance to the House of the two gracious lady members ought not to be constructed or construed as having been rewritten or suspended the application of Rule 9 of the Speaker's rules. For the record, I indulge the two members with the utmost regard to the circumstances of that particular moment. As you may recall, honorable members, the two gracious lady members sought the Speaker's permission to don the Maasai cultural attire to publicize the Ma Cultural Festival 2023, which was scheduled to be observed at the end of that week. I therefore invoked my exceptional intelligence on the premise of Article 44 of the Constitution relating to promotion and manifestation of cultures. Consequently, the provisions of Rule 9 as a threshold for dress code to protect the sartorial standards of the House still applies. And Tonkei and Pareyo, you will not be allowed again. Looking at the practice, it is noteworthy that in 2009, Speaker Kenneth Marende grappled with the question as to whether to permit traditional wear in the chamber or not. Further, the Speaker also considered whether indeed there was a non-dress that would pass as a standard national traditional wear that could be permitted in the chamber. Honorable members, on 7th May 2009, Speaker Marende observed as follows. There has been glamour in the recent times for us to relax our rules on dress code and also allow traditional wear in the House, its committees, the lounges, and dining areas. Indeed, you will recall that this matter was debated at length during the all-members retreat on review of the standing orders in August 2008. It was unanimously resolved that there has not been a commonly accepted traditional dress for all. The then Speaker observed that it was difficult to find an agreed position, codified or otherwise, as to what is our national dress. In the circumstances, the Speaker concluded that members ought to uphold the dignity of the House and observe the Speaker's rules on dress code, not only in this chamber, but also in committees, the lounges, and the dining areas. Honorable members, recently in the 12th Parliament, my immediate predecessor guided the House comprehensively on the matter of dress code. In a ruling made on Wednesday, 13 March 2019, the Speaker addressed the question on whether, in fact, it was time to depart from the traditionally prescribed dress code that the House has been accustomed to for decades and which has been used for preserving the dignity and sartorial standards of this House. In settling this question, the Speaker left the decision on whether to depart from the traditions of the House with regard to dress code to the determination of the House. He stated, and I quote, "As your servant, in fact, when time comes for the House to review its sartorial standards and to break with the tradition, we shall proceed as the House shall determine." Honorable members, it is clear from the foregoing that two cardinal triggers would have guided the Speaker on the issue of the dress code. First would be existence of a national dress. On this, the Speaker observed that Kenya does not have a standard national dress, which manifests the multiplicity of its cultures. Consequently, as was then, it is still untenable to permit all manner of cultural wear in the chamber and in committee sittings without compromising the sartorial standards of the House. The second trigger would be a definitive decision by the House to vary its rules or dress code. Considering the House had not varied its rules, my predecessor was of the considered opinion that the House was yet to find it appropriate to review its sartorial standards and break from its long-held tradition that is codified in the Speaker's rules. In view of the foregoing, I am inclined to not to depart from the practice which disallows cultural wear in the House so as to uphold the sartorial standards espoused in the Speaker's rules. With regard to the committee meetings and activities, you will recall that in my communication dated 11th May 2023, I guided the House on the appropriate dress code in committees. To these honorable members, the rules on dress code applies in committees in the same manner it applies in the chamber. Honorable members, it's noteworthy that the foregoing directions are also to parliamentary staff and visitors as a prerequisite for admission to the precincts of Parliament. All staff, without exception, are required to dress appropriately and display their badges at all times. Indeed, I hasten to remind the parliamentary staff that Section 9 of the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003 requires all public officers to maintain an appropriate standard of dress and personal hygiene. In addition, all accredited media representatives who report parliamentary proceedings and visitors shall strictly be admitted only if properly dressed and shall be required to display the accreditation or visitor badges whilst within the precincts of Parliament. As the chairman of the Parliamentary Service Commission, I hereby instruct the clerks of the Houses of Parliament and the Director General Parliamentary Joint Services to ensure that staff, parliamentary reporters, and visitors strictly comply with the foregoing requirements on dress codes and display of badges. Further, in dealing with cases of non-compliance, the clerks of the Houses of Parliament and the Director General Parliamentary Joint Services are hereby directed to take immediate disciplinary action under the Parliamentary Service Commission Code of Conduct and regulations governing admittance of visitors to the precincts of Parliament. Honorable members, with regard to the admittance of visitors to the precincts of Parliament, Rule 4 of the Speaker's rules place responsibility for the conduct of visitors on the member. For clarity, the rule states as follows. Members are responsible for the selection and conduct of all visitors whom they introduce to the presence of the Assembly and are required to assist in enforcing these orders. Honorable members have cited the rule which governs access by visitors to the presence of Parliament because it has constantly been breached. The violations have also led to the access by visitors to places exclusively reserved for sitting members both alone and in the company of members. Owing to our numbers against the limited capacity of facilities, no member will be admitted in the members' restaurants if accompanied by more than one guest at a time, except with the prior notice to the clerk of the National Assembly. The guests must be properly dressed and must display their visitor badges at all times. Further, no member shall take a guest to an area of the restaurant reserved for members only unless permitted by the Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, to safeguard your comfort and privacy, I have instructed the Chief Sergeant at Arms to ensure that no visitor accesses areas designated as restricted in the Speaker's rules. Further, I have directed the clerk, who is also the officer administering the catering fund, to alienate clearly designated and marked areas in the restaurant for members. This is a provisional measure, awaiting the comprehensive consideration and recommendations of appropriate membership rules by Parliamentary Catering Fund Management Committee. Honorable members, many times the Parliamentary Catering Fund Management Committee has come to the Speaker protesting that there are members who sometimes come with as many as 10, 15, 20 guests. And when they are told that the facilities are available for a limited number of people, some have even attempted to assault those officers who try to advise them otherwise. Honorable members, there shall be no exception with regard to exclusion of non-members from areas designated for exclusive use of yourselves. The Chief Sergeant at Arms, under the guidance of the clerk, is directed pursuant to Rule 23 of the Speaker's rules to expel any visitors from the stated places or any part of the presence of Parliament if he considers such exclusion necessary for the convenience of member or for preservation of order. Honorable members, permit me to also address a concern raised by members about the conduct of security checks at the gates and entry to the chamber. Some members have objected to being physically frisked by our security personnel and Sergeant at Arms and requested that we apply a more decent approach. As you may have noticed, honorable members, installation of the integrated security management system is nearing completion. Upon completion, the system will offer conductless security screening. In the interim, I have directed the Director General Parliamentary Joint Services to immediately procure security scanning gadgets for use at all entry points. Additionally, honorable members, all entries and exits to Parliament are and shall continue to be manned by parliamentary security officers with the support of the officers from the National Police Service. The officers should be vigilant at all times and must enforce security measures without exception. With respect to frisking members at the entrance to the chamber, as you may have noticed, the clerk has already availed handheld screening gadgets for purposes of conductless screening. This follows a resolution of the House Business Committee. Honorable members, permit me also to speak to the manner of handling of firearms within the presence of Parliament. I wish to remind you of Rule 8 of the Speaker's rules, which states as follows: members and visitors who are duly authorized to hold firearms must deposit them with the Sergeant at Arms at the time of entry and collect them at the time of leaving. Honorable members, I may also wish to tell you that from where I sit, I have seen and I've been informed by some members, and I believe them, that some members who are licensed to bear firearms have been coming to this chamber with those firearms. It is a violation, and whoever does that will be called upon through the majority or minority leader to be named and to get appropriate discipline. Currently, honorable members, a majority of members dutifully comply with this rule. However, it has been reported that a number of members have on occasion failed to comply with the rules. Honorable members, I want to repeat, those of you who are licensed to bear arms, when you enter the presence of Parliament, your first point of call is the office of the Sergeant at Arms, who will take your firearm legitimately and hold it for you until the time when you leave. Then you can retrieve it and go and use it wherever you want. Honorable members, it is quite distasteful for any member to attempt to carry a firearm into the chamber, a committee sitting, the lounges, or dining areas at any time. Firearms must never be brought into these cited areas for the security of all members whilst within the presence of Parliament. The Chief Sergeant at Arms is hereby instructed to strictly enforce this directive at all times. In any case, honorable members, the government has given each one of you security. Who bear arms? Why would you carry a secondary arm when you have a security man or woman with you with a firearm? In summary, honorable members, I direct as follows: that all members must observe Rule 9 of the Speaker's rules on dress code, not only in the chamber, but also in committees, in the lounges, and in the dining areas. That counter suit is not permitted in the chamber, committees, in the lounges, and dining areas. That hats and caps for men are not permitted in the chamber and in the committees. That traditional and cultural attire is not permitted in the chamber, committees, the lounges, and dining areas until such a time as there is an agreed standard of national dress that manifests the national cultures, that the House reviews its sectorial standards to define the bounds applicable to traditional or cultural attire in the dress code, or that the Honourable Speaker may have otherwise directed. That staff, accredited media representatives, and visitors to Parliament must be appropriately dressed and must display their identification badges at all times while within the presence of Parliament. That the clerk, the National Assembly of the National Assembly, delineates and clearly marks areas in the restaurant for exclusive use of members. For the convenience of members, no other person other than a sitting member of Parliament shall be permitted into an area designated for exclusive use of sitting members, except with the leave of the Speaker. That the clerks to the Houses of Parliament and the Director General Parliamentary Services implement the directive in this communication without exception in their respective services. That the Catering Fund Management Committee hastens to the process of putting in place membership rules to govern the use of members' restaurants, and that the clerk of the National Assembly circulates the Speaker's rules to all members. Honourable members, I give these directions conscious of the fact that they might bring some discomfort to some of you. However, I said sometime earlier this year that the discomfort is necessary for the convenience and security of members and for good order. The House is accordingly guided, and let's all abide by this. Thank you. Let me start with Junet, who fired this, before I come to you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your well thought out ruling on the matter that I raised on the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker, concerning the dress code and other related matters, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this ruling will go a long way in bringing back the dignity and the decorum that we needed to operate within the precincts of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the way things were moving, we were almost losing it. You know, where members were coming dressed in all kinds of manners that they wish to dress, Mr. Speaker.
Good.
So, Mr. Speaker, this is a timely ruling that's going to help this country, to help this Parliament move forward for the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, members here were coming in a manner that looked like they had been dressing some attires that looked like they were donated by the Chinese or by other institutions, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for your considered ruling.
Order, honourable members, order.
I would like to thank you for your considered ruling, and we will abide by it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish all members to adhere by this ruling, Mr. Speaker. And this ruling must be enforced by the Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Speaker. Members who are coming here armed, Mr. Speaker, have ulterior motives. And they must be searched and frisked so that when we raise emotive issues here, Mr. Speaker, they don't bring out their guns to shoot us inside here, Mr. Speaker. And the majority leader must take note of that. I don't know whether he owns a gun, but I don't think he has one. He can come with his knife, the one he uses in the butchery in Kikuyu. But otherwise, Mr. Speaker, thank you for your ruling. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Majority Leader. Order, honourable members. Order. Honorable Kasalu, today you are very mobile in the House. Order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me also commend you for that very well-reasoned ruling. Honorable Speaker, you have indeed touched on other very critical issues like those members who carry firearms. And it is worrying, Honorable Speaker, if any member would even fathom walking into the chamber with a firearm, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
And you know, at times, Honorable Speaker, tempers do flare up here.
Yes.
Especially between myself and the Honorable Junet. And I am not sure I could be trusted with a firearm. Neither can I trust the Honorable Junet carrying a firearm into the chamber. But Honorable Speaker, you've also touched on the dress code, which is very critical, Honorable Speaker, but I want to hope, Honorable Speaker, that the clerk's office will also enforce the same dress code with members of staff, and especially members of staff who are serving members in various areas within the precincts of the Assembly. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that has been of concern is how we conduct ourselves in the lounges, the members' lounge next to the chamber. In one or two occasions, Honorable Speaker, you will find members inviting non-members into the members' lounge. Honorable Speaker, the tea lounge also, on a number of occasions, Honorable Speaker, there is an area that is usually designated for visitors and the area designated strictly for sitting members. Honorable Speaker, it is members who are inviting their visitors. And why that place is designated for membership, for sitting members, Honorable Speaker, is because that is where members go and caucus and lobby each other. And we may not be able to do that comfortably when you have strangers seated next to you. So, Honorable Speaker, I also want you to guide members that we maintain the dignity of the House, not just within the precincts of the chamber, but also right outside, even at the tea place. The place that is designated for members strictly be for members. Honorable Speaker, I was shocked one of these Wednesday evenings when the House sits till 9 p.m. to walk to the members' bar. Honorable Speaker, I will not on this occasion name the two members who had invited female visitors to the members' bar. Honorable Speaker, I have said I will not name them, but should the same be repeated, Honorable Speaker, and I will be relaying the names to your office so that you also take action. And should the same happen again, Honorable Speaker, let me just say it loud and clear. I will name you in public, on the floor. Because that bar, for those who patronize the bar, again, it is strictly for sitting members. Honorable Speaker, I do not patronize the bar because I don't drink anything other than a soda there. But I have a few friends, some of who are looking at me, salivating, Honorable Speaker, now, who know that occasionally I pass by there and do the necessary to quench their thirst. But Honorable Speaker, you can imagine the embarrassment you face when you walk into that bar. You are going to socialize with fellow members, and you find female strangers who are aliens to us in the House. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I also seek that you do guide members that the areas designated for only sitting members, we respect that and only allow sitting members to patronize those areas, be it the tea place, be it the members' lounge, be it also the members' bar. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member C.S. Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the ruling you've given is quite important, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, there are times we travel out of the country on business. And if you go to many jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker, even designated lifts for members of parliament cannot be used by visiting members of parliament in those countries. But in our own lifts, Mr. Speaker, in our offices, you find all manner of people, and like the majority leader has said, those ladies that he found in the bar, some of them are quite skimpily dressed, Mr. Speaker, and which is very unfortunate. But Mr. Speaker, there's something I wanted to point out, that we have talked about our dress code within the precincts of Parliament. But sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we also have meetings that are outside the Parliament for whatever reason. We could be doing some investigation outside the country, maybe in the northeastern parts of the country where it's very hot. You could also be going to a region which is very cold. Mr. Speaker, I think we also have to have certain basic limits, even when we are outside. Because it is true that you can go to a hot area. But how would it look when members go into a meeting with vests because it is hot? You know, so we need, or in shorts, or with slippers. So, Mr. Speaker, we may need to look at also how to dress when we are outside the precincts, but we are having committee meetings, and they are official, but in that area, maybe the weather is not appropriate for the kind of dressing that we have in the chambers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Robert. Chairman will enforce those rules strictly. I have seen on TV members in committee meetings looking like street fighters, you know, wearing some very shabby clothes, and it doesn't give the dignity that this house deserves. Ruku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for this very, very well detailed ruling as far as the dress code of members. Mr. Speaker, if you happen to, at the moment, to go to our restaurant, you'll find female ladies who are serving us there. They are wearing very, very tight trousers, very tight skirts. I hope this ruling, Mr. Speaker, cut across all the members, all the people who are within the Parliament building, including the members here and the ladies who are serving us at our restaurants. I think it cuts across, Mr. Speaker, and if it doesn't cut across, let it be the crack of the Assembly. Let him ensure that it also gets implemented to the staff which is supervising.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
finally, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
It is important also to note whether the hairstyle of my colleague, Honorable Sarasia, whether it's also parliamentary, whether it is also around in this house.
Who?
Honorable Sarasia.
Yes.
The hairstyle. We also need to know, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Mukunji.
Honorable Speaker, as we agree on how members are supposed to dress and everything, I, honorable member, take note that we are lacking what we would call national attire that is supposed to define our country. And, Honorable Speaker, I believe dressing is something that is supposed to define members, but it should not alienate us from our society, our community, and all, Honorable Speaker. I would request this House to come up with what can be defined as national attire, so that we can also be able to show proudly our heritage and what can be defined as a national attire, Honorable Speaker. Also, Honorable Speaker, all these rules are really not auguring well with our young members, because we also like to relax. Maybe we should have a casual Friday, Honorable Speaker, or a casual day to break the code. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mukunji, my dress, my choice. You have the rest of the week to do that out there. The Monday, your dress, your choice, except if you are in committees. You are here only on Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday morning and afternoon, and Thursday afternoon. We are not asking too much. Noblesse oblige. Nobility carries obligations and responsibility. There's no young noble. Nobility cuts across ages, cuts across gender, cuts across everything. Sunguli, I want us to...
Mr. Speaker, I want to associate myself with all those who are thanking you for this particular ruling. It is the proclamation that we revert back to our Commonwealth tradition. Because no matter what we say, we emanate from the Commonwealth Parliament of both of the United States, of the United Kingdom, and of the entire Commonwealth. And the dress code is as you have said, that anything else is an exception which you will determine. And I would like to invite you to look a little bit on the committees held in Mombasa, whether you can be able to say that there is a minimum of that kind. Because there are some places in Kenya where it is not tenable to wear a suit. But I think that if your ruling could be transmitted to the executive, you and I grew up under Moi, where you don't go and see the president in a flowing shirt. I think it was under the last, the administration of Kibaki, where ministers were allowed to go wearing shirts without even tucking them in and go before the head of state. I think this discipline of this nation should emanate from this house and should flow all over. And maybe when you describe the blouse without sleeves, you must be very clear that whether it's covered by a coat or not, because so that when it becomes airy, the ladies don't demonstrate by removing their coats and finding that the sleeves are not actually there. Mr. Speaker, this is a very sound ruling, and we should implement it strongly.
Chematia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity again. I also want to rise to say that the ruling today is fair enough, that we are discussing on dress code. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, no one in this house has ever walked in naked. And I think we've been at all time dressed properly. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chematia, you may wish to know that your speaker, with all the years of experience, many times, and members know themselves, I send the sergeants to go and tell them, please, you are indecently dressed. We don't want to name and shame you. And they quietly go and change. Because we don't want to be draconian. But I'm sure you agree, Chematia, that some certain minimum standards of decency are desirable in an august house like this.
I agree, Mr. Speaker. But I recently watched the president addressing the parliament in the EU, and I guessly realized that as much as we are adopting and subscribing to Commonwealth, if you watch members of the parliament in EU parliament, they don't dress the way we want to push ourselves so much. But honestly, Mr. Speaker, I think we should be more worried as Kenya to have a national attire at the expense of what and who dresses. As much as I agree that August House is a very respectable institution, but it should not be desirable for members of the parliament to be given a tailor-made dress code just because it is I mean, I still believe in my dress, my choice. And I listened carefully to your ruling today. It's a good ruling, but I wanted to understand to whose benchmark are we using? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I directed that you be handed the Speaker's rules to read. They were passed by this House, not by any single speaker. Yes, Jen Kagiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I stand here to remind many of my colleagues that as small children, we watched the Parliament and prayed that one day we would occupy these seats. Back then, it looked like a very serious house, and I hope it still does. Honorable Speaker, by the ruling that you've issued today, I appreciate that you're going to restore this house to the respectable house we knew it when we were growing up. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are ready to dress decently, respectfully, offering the picture that has always been held of this house. Thank you.
Thank you. Mwisho Mama Zamzam. After that, we close.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nataka pia niongeze usemi wangu katika uamuzi uliotoa leo. Ni haki kwa Wakenya kuona viongozi wao wakiwa wamevaa mavazi rasmi ambayo ndio mavazi ya bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, tusidanganyane hapa kuwa my dress my choice. Kuna nguo zingine zinakuwa za mvuto zinasumbua watu kufocus hapa ndani ya bunge. Na tuwasumbue hawa ndugu zetu, manake roho zao ni ndogo, zina mtihani wakiona vitu kama vile. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nguo ni vile ulivyosema, wanawake nguo ipite magoti, mkatai mkubali, hiyo ndio heshima ya ambao wabunge wetu ambao tunafaa kuwa ndani ya bunge. Dress my choice. Ukikaa kwako nyumbani, hata chumbani uweza kukaa hivyo hivyo ama ukavaa vile unavyotaka kwa mume wako. Lakini hapa ndani ya bunge sheria zimetungwa ili tuweze kuzifuata, na ni sheria za kuweka heshima ya bunge la taifa liwe katika anga za juu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi kama mama kaunti wa Mombasa mimi nimefurahi, manake mimi mwenyewe najielewa, najijua, nikifinika huwa sitoi mtihani kwa watu. Kwa hiyo dada zangu wale ambao pengine walipotea njia wakavaa zile spaghetti na zile nguo za mkono fupi, pengine walikuwa hawajui, lakini leo wamepata mwelekeo. Kwa hiyo tuvae kwa heshima, tuheshimu bunge la taifa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you. Can we stop here? Can we stop here? Thank you, honorable members. Let's stop here. Next order.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, honorable members. Will you be upstanding?
Order, honorable members. Order, order. Order, Honorable Jematia. We are in the committee of the whole house. Honorable Pukose, we cannot transact this business without you. Take your seat. It's just a one-line, business. Honorable Julius Unkuli, I didn't hear you propose the cost of suits. For order in the house, Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, Honorable Koyo, take your seats. We conclude this one in a minute. We are going to start with the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023.
Clause 2.
Honorable Chepkonga, we are on the Statutory Instruments Bill.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I wish to drop the amendment that is contained in the order paper, number 114, clause 2. I don't wish to move that amendment. I propose to withdraw that amendment.
Honorable Chepkonga, your amendment is accordingly dropped. We will go to the next amendment. That was the amendment proposed by the Honorable Anthony Oluoch. Is Honorable Anthony Oluoch in the house? Honorable Anthony Oluoch, isn't your amendment the same as the amendment by the Honorable the Deputy Speaker? Give Honorable Anthony Oluoch the mic, because if they are the same, I would want the Deputy Speaker to move our amendment first. So if it is carried, it will have dealt with yours. Honorable Anthony Oluoch, do you have your card with you?
Yes, it is on here. Oh, I see a small speaker here. I have not looked at the one from the Honorable Deputy Speaker. Are they the same? If they're the same, I will defer and allow her to move her first. I have not had the benefit of looking at the one for the Deputy Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Oluoch, I've looked at your amendment, the amendments you propose,
Yes.
and the amendments by the Honorable Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
and I can confirm they are the same, both in substance and in wording.
That applies
so
to
I
clause 3
direct
and
that
4?
the Honorable Deputy Speaker will move amendments. You will, however, set in, if there is any lapse, we will see what remains out of your amendment. The Honorable Deputy Speaker, move your amendment.
That's the amendment of clause 2, isn't it? Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 2 of the bill be amended in the proposed new subsection 6 by inserting the words, and I quote, "and the parliamentary website," immediately after the word circulation. This is just for neatness, because in the modern world, websites are also a means of publication.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 2 of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, be part of the bill. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 2 of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, be amended as proposed.
Chair.
Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 2 of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 3.
Mover? You'll move second reading. Can you give mover the mic?
Okay, good. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clauses immediately after clause 2.
Yeah, Chair, mover, you will move for the inclusion of new clause 3 only. You will do them in different
okay.
parts.
I beg to move that the new amended clause 2 be part of the bill.
You should move in clause 3. We are done with clause 2. And it is already passed, yeah. Sorry for the confusion.
Honorable Chairperson, you ready for me to move clause 3?
Yes.
I beg to move that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clauses. Clause 3. Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 be amended by renumbering it. A, renumbering the existing provision as subsection 1. And B, inserting the following new section immediately after subsection 1. And 2, the clerk of the relevant House of Parliament shall by notice in the Kenya Gazette and the parliamentary website publish the annulment of a statutory instrument by Parliament. This new clause 3 seeks to amend section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013 to require the clerk of the relevant House of Parliament to notify the public of the annulment of a statutory instrument. This shall ensure the timely implementation of the resolution of the House on delegated legislation.
Honorable members, I propose the question that new clause 3 be now read a second time. Honorable Jared Okello.
Chair, that is something I would want to support. As a member of the Delegated Legislation Committee, we have been confronted by several issues pertaining to annulled regulations. We are dealing with a matter that was actually annulled in 2019, but the issue has continued as in terms of implementation to this very day. And this stems from the fact that the public may not be aware about these annulments, and therefore having it gazetted publicly in recognizable media houses, I think will go a long way to enlightening the public about quashing such regulations. And therefore, it is timely, it is important, and all of us need to support this amendment.
The Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu, MP Kitui Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Chair, I also want to support that amendment. I think it's very important that Kenyans are made aware of what has been rejected by this House. But at the same time, Honorable Chair, I've also been wondering, even what is approved at the committee level, if there was a way of the House being informed of what regulations have been passed by the committee, because you realize the arrangement now, Mr. Honorable Chair, we actually don't get to know. We only get to know what has been annulled, not what has been passed. How I wish there was such a way. Thank you. I support, Honorable Chair.
The Honorable Timothy Torotich, Marakwet, West MP.
Chair, I take this opportunity to support the amendment by the Honorable Deputy Speaker of gazetting the annulment. But, Chair, I have had issues with the Act, the Statutory Instruments Act. Chair, in this country, we have had bodies that are not mandated to make law in this country, Honorable Speaker, making law on behalf of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, if you look clearly, what happens in statutory instruments is that a law is brought by the executive, and the House, Honorable Chair, has two options: either to annul that legislation or to accede to that particular piece of instrument brought by the executive. So, Honorable Chair, I even call upon the committee on delegated legislation led by the chair who is here. Honorable, that chair, they should look critically, because it is a way of the executive sneaking legislations to this House. Honorable Chair, so that this House is given two options in regard to a statutory instrument. One, to either annul or accede to a piece of legislation that has originated from the executive. Chair, remember, this House has no room to propose an amendment to a piece of legislation which is called a statutory instrument before this House. This House has no role, Honorable Chair. So, Chair, I call upon the Committee on Delegated Legislation to consider reviewing that provision, so that when a piece of legislation, which is a secondary legislation, comes from the executive, let this House have a say, either to recommend our proposed amendment or not. Because if you give us options as Parliament, either to accede to it or to annul it, then you are tying the lawmaking powers of this House.
Honorable Toroitich, you've made your point. Is Honorable Anthony Oluoch? I think Honorable Anthony Oluoch, you want to speak to this?
Yes, because I had a similar amendment, but first allow me to support the Deputy Speaker, who also chairs our Rules and Procedure Committee. I do agree the need to gazette and to place this in the parliamentary website, for the simple reason that laws continue to be enforced which have no force of law and have been annulled with grave consequences to Kenyans. This is a negative procedure. However, I do agree with the member who has spoken just before me that these negative procedures is very limiting, to the extent that it does not allow us to exercise the full extent of our legislative powers. A positive and more purposive procedure that allows members to have a say on even those that have not been annulled, so that members become seized of this. Remember that the Committee of Delegated Legislation exercises a secondary delegated power of the main House. So I would urge the chairman that we relook the provisions, and particularly Section 15, if not in this sitting, in another sitting, that all subsidiary legislations come to the House. Otherwise, I support.
Let us make progress. Honorable members, I now put the question, the new clause 3 be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 3 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I put the question that the new clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Anthony Oluoch, you still want to move your amendment?
The deputy, who is my chair and legal, Rules Procedure Committee, had a similar amendment. If she wishes not to move, then I will move this in your guidance. So allow me then to move. The chair,
No, Honorable Oluoch, the amendment you are seeking to move is in similar terms as the one by the Deputy Speaker, which you have just passed.
No, in that case, then I drop.
Maybe you drop. I agree that the amendment is dropped. Next.
New clause 4.
Mover for new clause 4. That is the Honorable Chepkonga to go first.
Honorable Chepkonga?
Is it Honorable Chepkonga?
New clause 4, be read a second time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 4.
Because we are in committee, let me just explain that there are 3 amendment proposals. Yours, according to the order paper, is proposing repeal. And I hope the Deputy Speaker and Honorable Anthony Oluoch, who also have amendments to that very provision, will know the consequence of your amendment succeeding. You may then proceed, unless you want to consult with the 2 other members.
What is the consequence of this amendment?
What I see is that if the amendment by Honorable Chepkonga passes or succeeds, there will be nothing upon which the subsequent amendments will rest. So the subsequent amendments will also die. That is why I'm giving you not more than 15 seconds to consult on whether that is what you want to achieve.
Chair, it will not fall. Let me clarify. What we are seeking to do, you know, I'd like to make reference to 2 sections of the Statutory Instruments Act. Section 18 reads as follows. When a report on a statutory instrument has been tabled in Parliament,
Honorable Chepkonga, the provision you seek to amend, in fact, you seek to repeal, according to the order paper, is Section 19.
I am explaining.
Yes.
That statutory instrument, when it is brought before Parliament, and Parliament agrees with the committee, it shall stand annulled. Now, when it is annulled, it is not reported anywhere. So that is the reason why the amendment by the Deputy Speaker is necessary to support Section 18. Why we are seeking for repeal of Section 19 is a revocation. I think we differentiate between 2 things, a revocation and an annulment. Now, the reason why we are seeking for deletion is, just hold on.
What is out of order, Honorable Pukose?
You know, Chair, with all due respect, I expected that Chepkonga would first move his amendment, then give the explanations to that, because he's explaining without moving, so we get lost. Please, if you can guide that.
No, we have not reached, you're right, Honorable Pukose, but we have not reached that stage. I just guided the movers of amendments to in respect of new clause 4, that it appears that moving as we should may have consequence. I thought Honorable Chepkonga was reacting to that. But let me propose the question that the new clause 4 be now read a second time. Honorable Chepkonga.
Mr. Chair, I noticed the difficulty. We have 2 difficulties here. In Section 19, I wish to move this particular clause, but if I move it, then the one of the Deputy Speaker and Honorable Watch will fail.
Correct.
Now, the problem that we have is that Section 19 provides that when the report of the House is adopted on revocation, then the statutory making body will advertise or will publish the revocation. Now, what we are saying in the proposed amendment, I don't know whether it is going to be superfluous, but maybe it will be clarifying this. I therefore wish to drop my proposed amendment.
The amendment proposed by Honorable Chepkonga is dropped. The Honorable Deputy Speaker, move your amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move
the new clause 4
that the new clause 4
be now read a second time.
be now read a second time.
Then tell us what it is about briefly.
The new clause 4 seeks to amend the Section 19 of the Statutory Instruments Act, which requires the clerk of the relevant House of Parliament to notify the public of any revocation of a statutory instrument. This shall ensure the timely implementation of the resolutions of the House on delegated legislation. Both proposals actually seek to implement the resolutions made by the 12th Parliament in its approval of the 5th report of the Procedure and House Rules Committee on amendments to the standing orders. They are contained in the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill 2022, currently awaiting second reading.
Honourable members, I propose the question, the new clause 4 be now read a second time. Yes, Honourable Bukose.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I stand to support that amendment. A statutory instrument is annulled by this House. We do not communicate to the public. And that is actually more often when the government or the ministry gazettes certain regulations. They are very fast in implementing them, and they have consequences that may either be adverse even to the public or might even involve financial implications. So by gazetting them as the clerk, then the public is aware and nobody can take advantage of the public. I support.
Honourable Anthony Lodge.
I support this to the extent that this gives clarity, especially to the public who may fall victim. And so in similar manner as the one of clause 18, this would be amendment that would protect public interest. Thank you.
As Honourable Timothy Toroitich want to speak to this? Or you are on a different matter?
Chair, I support to the extent that that particular revocation is published, so that, Chair, it is notified to the general public. Chair, the problem that I had, Chair, and I pray that you hear me clearly, Chair, is that the principal purpose or the principal mandate of a member of Parliament, Chair, is to make law in this House. And I have said, it looks like there is a way that the executive is sneaking legislation into the country in the pretext of a statutory instrument. So, Chair, the issue that we must look at in the bigger picture is, in the near future, we should amend the Statutory Instruments Act to the effect that whenever a delegated law is brought to the House, let us be given power as a lawmaking body to amend that particular instrument. Because what happens is two things. One, when a delegated law is brought here, two things happen. We either pass as it is, or we annul as it is. Where is the lawmaking power of Parliament to amend a particular instrument? That is my position, Chair.
And so you support...
Chair, I support fully. I support the amendment, of course, the proposed amendment, but in future, I call upon the committee to review the entire legislation.
The Honourable Alice Nganga, you want to speak to this? You are calling to speak on a different one. The Honourable Zamzam Chimba.
Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nakubaliana na Mheshimiwa Chepkonga kuweza kuiangusha hiyo kwa sababu ingeleta sintofahamu katika sheria. Na kama vile wanavyosema mwenzangu, si vizuri sheria zikitoka nje ziweze kupenyezwa ndani ya bunge hili ambalo zinaweza kumfanya mwananchi akapata kuumia zaidi. Kwa hiyo na mimi pia naunga mkono nikisema amefanya vizuri kutoipitisha. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Chairman.
Lastly, the Honourable Dr. Makali Mulu.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I don't wish to comment on this one. The next one.
The Honourable Jared Okelo. Are you on a point of order or you want to make a statement?
No, just as I support.
I may allow you because this provision is new and it is being read a second time.
Yes. Chair, I'm in support. Before, you remember, you can recall that under the Statutory Instruments Act, all ministries were mandated to bring forth their reviewed regulations after every 10 years. By dint of an omnibus amendment that was brought before this House, that was taken away by the, quote-unquote, the executive. And therefore, now all ministries, together with their sagas, can operate as and when they deem necessary to bring those reviewed regulations, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there was a lot of fury in the last few days about certain charges that have been preferred by the Immigration Department. You know, when you want to get married, you pay 50,000, which is over and above dowry, and many other things that were infused in those regulations. And those regulations actually had not been brought before this Parliament, Honorable Speaker, for consideration. And therefore, we really need to tighten loose ends so that the public does not consume certain punitive undertakings by the executive to the detriment of this Parliament, because this is the only law-making body with powers to do so, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Jared Nyango, the point is made. Honorable members, I put the question that the new clause 4 be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 4 be part of the bill. There being no interest, I now put the question that the new clause 4 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, the clauses which were recommitted were clause 2, new clause 3, and new clause 4. New clause 5 and 6 had been considered before. So I think we are done with the Statutory Instruments Act. Mover. Mover to move reporting.
Thank you very much, Chair. I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. I thank you.
Honorable members, I put the question. The committee do report to the House its consideration of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We move to the next bill, that is the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023.
Clause 8.
Mover. I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I was seconding the recommittal, I had given notice of the intention to withdraw. And the reason being, Mr. Chair, is that after very extensive consultation with leadership, majority leader, the chair of the committee, it has been agreed that this amendment will be carried in the Honorable Musa Sirma's amendment that is coming up for second reading in February. And the reason, Chair, is that we need to clean up that section 34. It is problematic for us in court, and it must be resolved. That is what will kill this particular act. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, this amendment was sneaked in June of 2022, when everybody had gone for campaigns. The person who in fact sneaked in lost the election. So, you know, some things you don't do thinking that you are going to benefit from it.
He was called Wamunyinyi.
Yeah, he was called, I don't want to mention his name because Musa Sirma is the successor of that particular gentleman. So, Mr. Speaker, you can do some things without public participation of all members. The reason why I have stepped down this particular amendment is so that we can have a general consensus amongst the members how it should be. There is no one member who should be disadvantaged by the passage of any amendment. In fact, all members should be going up. And you know, Mr. Chair, you know, the same principle that is applied in KERA, that is applied in NCAF, should apply across the board. You know, you should not have things that will take us to the Senate. If you want this bill to die, you just go to the Senate. We don't want to go there. Yeah. So I therefore drop the amendment that was contained in the amendment bill that of the majority leader and the minority leader. I thank you, Mr.
The Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. And
the Honorable Majority Leader have not proposed the question.
You've not proposed.
And I don't need to propose the question because the chairperson has withdrawn or dropped the amendment. So the amendment by way of recommittal is dropped. It means we revert to the bill as previously passed. There can be no basis upon comment. There can be no basis for comment. On what basis, Honorable Toroitich, do you want to comment? And so I want to move for reporting. Who is the mover? Could you move reporting of this particular one? Honorable Toroitich, the basis upon which you deliberate on this particular proposal is if it was prosecuted. The chairperson of the committee has withdrawn it, or the mover has withdrawn it. No, I will not give you time. Majority Leader, proceed.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Okay, Chairperson, Honorable Chepkonga, please report. Chairperson, move the reporting.
Yes.
Okay, then the
Honorable
chairperson.
Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, the mover now, you can agree with the report.
It is the statutory instruments. Yeah. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the statutory instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023. I also request the Honorable Musa Sirma to second the motion.
Yes, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023. Okay, honorable members, I now put the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, mover to move. Third reading.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023 be now read a third time. I also request the Honorable Musa Sirma to second.
Yeah, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Bill number 2 of 2023 be read a third time. We shall defer the putting of the question to a later time. Let's move to the next one. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable
Let's move to
Speaker.
the next
Honorable
one.
Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Musa Sirma to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the House.
Proceed, Honorable Sirma.
I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, I now put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover of the bill. You can move to be read at that time.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect the Honorable Toroitich from the Deputy Leader of Majority. who is telling the Honorable Toroitich to stand for division alone. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Government Constituency Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023 be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Samuel Chepkonga to second, and Honorable Speaker, as I request Honorable Chepkonga to second, just to buttress what he said, that indeed we had very extensive consultations on the import of the amendment that he had proposed, the earlier amendment, which he had proposed that we have recommitted, and also the further amendment that he had proposed that was on the order paper today. And we did agree, as he has indicated together with the chair of the NGCDF committee, that those particular proposals, because they touch on NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Chepkonga says, the particular amendment that was referring to that was proposed by the former chair of the NGCDF committee in the last weeks of the last parliament, when many members were not in the house. Honorable Speaker, we do not want to work that way in this assembly. On matters that touch on NGCDF, because all members have an interest, it is only fair that we have extensive consultations so that at the end of the day, the people we are all representing feel that they are properly represented and nobody is disadvantaged on account that at the particular time when a particular amendment to NGCDF is moved, a number of members are either not in the chamber or are busy elsewhere, Honorable Speaker. And I must thank the Honorable Samuel Chepkonga for heeding to that call for national dialogue, because we had a very extensive dialogue with him in the interest of all members. And indeed, the Honorable Chepkonga has been very amiable to having that discussion and agreeing to the proposals by also the chair of the NGCDF committee. As I also thank the chair of the NGCDF committee, Honorable Sirma, because he was very instrumental in these discussions to ensure that everybody at the end of the day emerges as a winner, no constituency loses, and none gains excessively over and above the others, Honorable Speaker. And also that we're able to manage our fiscal space, that we do not overburden the fiscal framework that we have and the commitments that the government has made. With that, Honorable Speaker, I support and request Honorable Chepkonga to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I totally second and I agree with the majority leader. You know, he's a majority leader. And so these were bipartisan talks that indeed succeeded. In fact, it did not require any signature, Madam Speaker. It was just agreement noted and we prosecuted. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023 be now read a third time. The putting of the question will be deferred to a later time, but yes, you can say something.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I also want to support the action by Honorable Chepkonga in withdrawing this provision which had initially been recommitted. But Honorable Speaker, they need to consider a formula other than a formula that mentions what is mentioned in that provision which Honorable Chepkonga was dealing with still remains. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Chepkonga chairs or is a convener of a team that was put by the Honorable Speaker to ensure that the NGCDF as a funding is sustainably protected through legislation and through litigation going in court. And one of the challenges is mention of what Honorable Chepkonga was dealing with. So I wanted to support, but urge the chair of the National Assembly Select Committee on NGCDF not to go to sleep. The need for the House, through members, to come up with a formula that will enable allocation of NGCDF without mentioning what confuses people as devolved units remains and is extremely urgent. I would pray that in as much as this has been withdrawn, let us not sit back but come up with a formula that will ensure equity while also removing NGCDF from the challenges of litigation by those people who don't understand it. And so I support but urge a continuation of action. I'm encouraged that the chair of the committee confirms several amendments are being made up. I hope among those amendments will include a formula for allocation of CDF among constituencies, which does not mention devolved units, because otherwise, people who do not understand say the matter should be transacted by the House, which deals with matters of devolved units. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Kinangop, Honorable Thuku Kwea.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I indeed want to join my colleagues in congratulating the Honorable Chepkonga for dropping that amendment. Indeed, it had far-reaching ramifications, especially to some of us who represent very big constituencies. I also want to allude to the words of the Honorable Kaluma, that these are continuous conversations so that then we align NGCDF with the Constitution and make sure that nobody runs to court and challenge the same to the extent that it's going to be declared unconstitutional again. Madam Speaker, we must come up with a formula that is acceptable, save for the one that is in place at the moment in the Act, whereby revenue is shared out in terms of wards, which is not a term that is allowed. Madam Speaker, we must factor in the issue of population, the issue of vastness of the areas that we represent, because you can imagine, Madam Speaker, a constituency like Kinangop, whereby I have 8 wards with a total population of about 300,000 people, a constituency like Ruiru with a population of 700,000 people, a constituency like Thika Town with a population that is to that extent. And the monies that we get for CDF is for education. This is the money that we allocate to children so that they can study. Allocating the same amount with a constituency that has a population of 30, 50,000 people is completely unacceptable and unconstitutional to the extent that we will not be practicing equity. We must come up with a formula that is equitable, that is acceptable, that is going to cause every single person to benefit from the proceeds of these funds. I therefore thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity, and I propose that this conversation be continuous, and I know that the Chair CDF is listening, so that then you bring everybody on board. Let us give our views and have a fund that is equitable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Soy, Honorable David Kiplagat.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want also to lend my voice on the issue of the NGCDF amendment. At this juncture, I want to thank the mover of the amendment, that is Honorable Chepkonga, for having seen the wider picture. I remember the other time we had a lot of struggles to make sure that at least he understood where some of us comes from. If you look at Soy constituency, it's a vast area with over 100,000 registered voters and also about 7 wards. So we could have been disadvantaged, and this is a very fundamental amendment. And maybe I want to request the chair, maybe, Madam Speaker, you can protect so that I can be audible. I think there is a lot of movement in the House. So what I'm saying is that the amendment by Honorable Chepkonga was so fundamental that it cannot be done at night. It needs a lot of consultation, and maybe in future going forward, if there is such amendment, all members, proper public participation should be done, and once we have agreed, let us avoid the tendency, okay, I'm finishing, I can see the, let us avoid the tendency in which we do some amendments that are far-reaching, and in the process of trying to conclude, we get into headwinds. So with that, I really support the dropping of that amendment, and let us retain the way it is until we can agree on a proper formula. Thank you.
Okay. Now that I've confirmed we have the requisite quorum, honorable members, I therefore put the question, which is that the National Government Constituency Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And honorable members, while I'm on my feet, allow me to apply standing order number 1. To exercise my discretion, I had deferred one of the question on the statutory instruments, but I will now put the question. Yeah. Okay, proceed.
The National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill 2023, a bill for an act of parliament to amend the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
The Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill 2023, a bill for an act of parliament to amend the statutory instruments, a bill for an act of parliament to amend the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 12, the National Lottery Bill, National Assembly Bill number 69 of 2023, second reading.
Honorable members, before the mover moves this particular bill, I'll exercise my discretion to allow us to go back to order number 5 and allow the chairperson to table the reports. Honorable Wamushukuru.
Honorable Speaker, I'm tabling one because the other one I had already done it before. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 28 November 2023. Report on Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture on its consideration on the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bill number 70 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order. Order number 13, the National Lottery Bill, National Assembly Bill number 69 of 2023, second reading.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I beg to move that the National Lottery Bill, National Assembly Bill number 69 of 2023 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to thank the chair Honorable Dan Wanyama and the Vice Chair, Honorable Githua Mashukuru, and all the members of the Sports Committee, including my very able Deputy Whip, the Honorable Naomi Wako, who, Honorable Speaker, I can tell you because as we negotiated the last bits of the National Dialogue Committee, I witnessed all these members were holed up somewhere in Mlolongo throughout the weekend until yesterday evening to be able to conclude the reports that the Honorable Mashukuru tabled this afternoon on both bills. Honorable Speaker, this bill forms part of the array of interventions that the Kenya Kwanza administration is implementing to curb the growing vice of irresponsible gambling and betting, and the socio-economic challenges that result from this. Honorable Speaker, gambling is increasingly recognized and managed as a legitimate consumer activity that, if well leveraged on, it can support national development, and many countries, Honorable Speaker, have indeed taken betting and gambling as part of the measures that they have taken to support their national development and other charitable activities, or what we would term as other goods in a society, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it's a situation where you leverage on what would otherwise have been a vice and make it gainful to the country's economy and to the population. Honorable Speaker, some of these countries include the United Kingdom, South Africa, here in Africa, the United States of America, China, and even our neighbors, Uganda and Tanzania, are now in a situation where they are taking advantage of this habit of gambling and betting and using it to leverage and make money out of it for their country and provide certain social goods. And this is the whole essence of this bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the bill therefore proposes to establish the first ever national government lottery in Kenya, which will be licensed as an instrument for providing legal and regulated form of gambling that pools resources for promoting good causes. And Honorable Speaker, those good causes, if members peruse through the bill, you'll be able to see some of the good causes that are stipulated or enumerated in the bill in clause part 3 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, that says the national lottery shall be conducted for the purpose of raising resources for the nation towards good causes in Kenya and for any other purposes provided for in this act. And part of those good causes, Honorable Speaker, that are listed include charitable causes, such as to facilitate the protection and rehabilitation of vulnerable or problem gamblers. Because, Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true that there are people who are perpetual gamblers and it becomes a problem to them. And just like alcoholics or those who are addicted to drugs, there are people who get addicted to gambling and becomes a problem that they need to be helped out of. And therefore, part of the money raised through this national lottery can be used to facilitate their protection and rehabilitation, just like you rehabilitate drug addicts and alcohol addicts. To also be used to promote the protection and conservation of the environment. We're in an era where, Honorable Speaker, we are speaking about climate change, planting of trees. Therefore, we can deploy some of these resources in environmental protection and ensuring that we also support animal welfare initiatives, helping the needy, Honorable Speaker, such as through the provision of food, shelter, and healthcare services, Honorable Speaker, at a time like this, when many families across the country are being ravaged by floods, we would have had a kitty that you can borrow money from to be able to provide food and shelter for people who are afflicted by such things as famine or floods. Honorable Speaker, there are also economic empowerment goods, including the support for the development of small businesses. For instance, Honorable Speaker, you remember we just appropriated, I think, another 5 billion shillings into the Hustler Fund. If we had a lottery fund or this national lottery was in operation, we would be using money from the lottery to provide money or to capitalize our Hustler Fund. Support of education, Honorable Speaker. including, amongst others, the provision of scholarships and bursaries, educational resources, including libraries and laboratories, Honorable Speaker. All these are goods, Honorable Speaker, that can be provided for, including sports and recreation, culture and national heritage. And the bill, Honorable Speaker, enumerates very many issues, very many goods or good causes for that matter, including the signature transformation projects that we can even transform our country. For instance, in the area of housing. Honorable Speaker, this afternoon, or rather this morning, I was engaging with the Honorable Gitonga Murugara, also known as Sir George, who is an accomplished advocate of the High Court. And I know all morning he was in the High Court defending what we did here on the housing fund levy, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Murugara was just appraising me on what went on in court, that there are 3 judges who had decided, although they have given a stay of execution till January, Honorable Speaker. And I must say, we must appeal that decision, Honorable Speaker, because as a House, we passed a law informed on circumstances of our economy. When, Honorable Speaker, this House, in its own wisdom, decided to have money being deducted from people to create a fund that would ensure that we are building houses, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have not had occasion to interrogate that judgment, but Honorable Murugara tells me they're in good stay and they've gotten stay of execution. But one wonders, Honorable Speaker, this fund is what is employing today in different projects across the country. 120,000 Kenyans are employed in the housing sector today, directly in housing projects, Honorable Speaker. In the manufacturing sector, from steel manufacturers, door manufacturers, those who are doing timber work, those who are doing cement production, many more jobs have been created in the manufacturing industry as a result of the investment in the housing levy and in the housing sector, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, even as appeal to our good judges, because when 3 judges tell 120,000 Kenyans that tomorrow you can be rendered jobless, one is left wondering, do these Kenyans report for work the following day in the chambers of those judges, or what happens, Honorable Speaker? And we must be measured as a country. And that is why even new inventions like this, Honorable Speaker, because this fund, the lottery fund, can also fund such transformational signature projects as housing, universal health coverage, sustainable agriculture, or energy initiatives, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, including emergencies, as I said, Honorable Speaker, in areas where people are being ravaged by either floods or famine, then the government of Kenya, and indeed Kenyans, will have a fallback. Honorable Speaker, funding of the National Lottery, because I'm seeking to funding, is intended to support such good causes based on the principle of additionality. And the principle of additionality, Honorable Speaker, is to mean that there is not a sector, for instance, if without housing, no money will be denied to that sector of housing on account that they are getting money from the lottery fund. Or sports, for instance, Honorable Speaker, or universal health coverage, or even such emergencies as floods, acts of God that we have no control of, Honorable Speaker. It doesn't mean that if the National Lottery is providing funds into any of these areas, then government is excluded from funding these projects. Whatever resources will come from the lottery fund, Honorable Speaker, will be in addition to what has already been appropriated. And therefore, government will be able to deliver goods and services to its people quicker, more efficiently, and in a manner that we do not have to struggle to raise resources. Honorable Speaker, this bill also therefore establishes not just the lottery fund, but also a board. Honorable Speaker, looking at part 2 of the bill, is establishing a board that will consist, amongst others, a chairperson appointed by the President and Principal Secretary for National Treasury. However, Honorable Speaker, I did note that part C says the Principal Secretary in the State Department for the time being responsible for the National Lottery, or his or her representative appointed in writing. Honorable Speaker, let me put an indication, and I've spoken to the chair, and I do hope it's one of the issues maybe they have looked at in their report, that we need to be explicit that since we are dealing with a board that is dealing with funds that are raised from members of the public, and also gambling and betting, Honorable Speaker, are issues that have a security implication by the very nature of the business that goes into gambling, on account, Honorable Speaker, or of issues to do with money laundering. Honorable Speaker, you know, in many countries, drug peddlers, people who deal with illegal sale of weapons, people who want to launder money from corruption, use betting and gambling companies to launder money. And therefore, because of that security aspect, Honorable Speaker, including the threats of terrorism, we have seen in some areas, Honorable Speaker, where gambling and betting is used to launder money being used for terrorism or to finance terrorism. And therefore, I had indicated to the chair of the committee, as they engage with stakeholders, that this is one of the issues that they need to look into to make sure that we are explicit that the principal secretary to be represented in this board is the principal secretary in charge of the ministry that is in charge of the interior and national security, because there's a national security implication in betting matters. And no wonder, Honorable Speaker, even the BCLB, the Betting and Licensing Control Board that exists today, is today hosted under the Ministry of Interior. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, if the committee has not proposed such an amendment, I will be moving to propose that amendment, that either the Principal Secretary in charge of National Interior, but not to just put the PS in charge of National Lottery, and you don't know who that PS is. We must have it explicit in the bill, Honorable Speaker, that the PS in charge of the Interior must be represented. Honorable Speaker, if you go to clause 6 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, I have heard the Honorable
Karoli Omondi is
Karoli
requesting
Omondi, but I will beg, since he will get an opportunity, I know he's a very diligent member of the committee, and he's among the people I had spoken to in Mlolongo to make sure that they put that. I'm certain he wants to inform me that they have already done that, made that proposal, but I was just saying because I've not gone through the report.
No, the majority leader.
I'm sure he'll be contributing, so
he
will inform me when he's
contributing. Do you want to be informed?
Not now. He will inform me when he's contributing,
then
so that he doesn't eat into my time, Honorable Speaker, so that we allow other members to also contribute. Honorable Speaker, I was on clause 6 of the bill. The board is saying that on its own or through legal agents or in collaboration, partnership, or in joint venture with any person, society, association, or corporate entity, or through procurement of an entity or person will operate the National Lottery. Honorable Speaker, this clause is providing for either the board to conduct the lottery itself, or in a joint venture with a person or an entity, or in association with someone else, or a corporate entity, or through procurement. And through procurement, Honorable Speaker, of course, is in line with the provisions of our Constitution, Article 227, and the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. Honorable Speaker, let me just take this opportunity to caution those who will be nominated into this board. Honorable Speaker, we know this will be a very liquid sector. And we know, Honorable Speaker, what happens in areas where there's a lot of liquidity. We also know the clamor that will be there for this lottery, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must, as a House, be emphatic that we are not creating an opportunity for anybody to create an opportunity to make money out of such good proposals, Honorable Speaker. Earlier this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, we were debating the question of conflict of interest. And may it be known to all public officers and public servants, Honorable Speaker, including those in the office of the President, Honorable Speaker. We are not passing this bill to create an avenue for them to mint money from corporates or from entities or from individuals who are seeking licensing or seeking association or joint venture arrangements with them, with the board, to conduct the national lottery. Honorable Speaker, what informs us as a country is the need to have a national lottery that will help us, one, to regulate our gambling and our betting industry in a way, and be able to derive value out of what I said would otherwise be a vice in society, Honorable Speaker. And we intend to make sure, Honorable Speaker, that whichever entity, person, or joint venture partner that enters into any contractual agreements with this board or the envisaged board under this bill, when it becomes an act of parliament, will be done in a very transparent and accountable manner to ensure, Honorable Speaker, that the National Lottery derives maximum value for the benefit of the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, countries like the UK and US, Honorable Speaker, you'll be shocked, even countries like the United Arab Emirates, you would have imagined being a conglomeration of Emirates, which are predominantly Muslim, they will not be involved in such things, Honorable Speaker. But because of the dictates of the society we are living in today, Honorable Speaker, they have also found an opportunity to derive revenues, national revenues, out of betting. And they are conducting national lotteries that are generating billions of dollars, Honorable Speaker. Same with the US, UK, South Africa, Nigeria. Honorable Speaker, I told you, even our good neighbors, Uganda and Tanzania, are now in it. We cannot afford to be left behind, Honorable Speaker. We must take advantage of all innovative ways to raise an extra shilling, an extra dollar, an extra billion, to be able to provide for goods and services to our people. Honorable Speaker, I want to avoid going into all the issues in the bill because members have both the committee's report and the bill, and they will be able to peruse the bill and be able to see all the good things that are there in this bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I had also noted clause 35, which expressly prohibits the sale of lottery tickets to various categories of persons, including children, Honorable Speaker, to protect them from engaging in gambling. Honorable Speaker, this prohibition is critical because, as I said, gambling, betting can become a vice. Honorable Speaker, we have seen people even in our own families getting addicted to gambling, and somebody wakes up in the morning and does nothing else other than gambling, Honorable Speaker. We must protect our children. We must raise a generation of children, Honorable Speaker, who believe in engaging in active, productive economic activities to make money. There is a very dangerous culture today, Honorable Speaker, and it is being perpetuated even with our media in our media stations, that all you need is Lady Luck to visit you. You don't need to work. All you need is to raise some money for bundles or for sending texts. Send a text to this and that number and win 500,000 shillings, win 1 million shillings. And because many of the media houses, Honorable Speaker, use that mass media communication and the very powerful brands they have in the media to market their betting and gambling companies, now our youth are getting to a situation where they believe that you may live without working and just gamble and bet yourself to riches, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to speak to our young men and women. Yes, there may be no jobs, but gambling and betting cannot be your job. The money you spend, Honorable Speaker, and I have seen it, you will spend so much before you win. And that's why we are saying, since people will still bet, why don't we then also take advantage as they bet to have a national lottery where we can also mobilize resources, at least to help rehabilitate those of our youth and even the older generation who are already addicted and others are getting addicted. In progressive countries, Honorable Speaker, and I've seen it in the UK. They have a fund, a lottery fund, and in that lottery fund, they have set aside funds to finance rehabilitation centers to rehabilitate people who are addicted to gambling and betting, Honorable Speaker. Here, Honorable Speaker, we are being careless. All our media stations have SMS numbers for betting. They have things they are promoting on the TV stations and on radio stations, Honorable Speaker. In fact, I am told today all our mainstream media houses are making more money from betting and gambling than from commercial advertisements. And that, Honorable Speaker, tells you how delicate this situation is in our country and why this House must act, and act at the right time, even as we are informed on the needs to be able to tap into those who are already in it and be able to rehabilitate those who can be rehabilitated, those who get addicted, but also to tap into the innovation of using lottery as a means of mobilizing resources that will help us in our national development goals, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because we shall also be speaking to the gambling bill that follows, let me end it there, Honorable Speaker, and request the Honorable Naomi Wako, who is a very diligent member of this committee, just like the Honorable Karoli Omondi, and thank them for the dedication they showed. I was very impressed by all the 15 members of this committee who were holed up over the weekend working on all these provisions, and I must take this opportunity to commend them, including their chair, who is away, the Honorable Dan Wanyama, and request that all other committees emulate these great members of this committee who have worked very hard to make sure that the reports are ready for both this bill and the gambling bill, Honorable Speaker. With that, I beg to move.
The Honorable Dr. Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the leader of Majority Party in moving the National Lottery Bill 2023, number 69 of 2023, be read a second time. And I also want to acknowledge the appreciation that the Majority Leader has accorded to our Committee on Sports, and just confirm that for sure this is one of the very committed committee where members stand up for the meetings and also stay to deliberate on the agendas in front of them. Mr. Speaker, the National Lottery Bill 2023 seeks to provide legislative framework for the establishment and operation of National Lottery, which arises from the need to provide for legislative framework for the establishment and operation of the National Lottery to be administered by the national government and whose funds shall be used to support various good causes within the country. Mr. Speaker, until I participated fully in this, I was of the opinion that we don't have to entertain this, putting into consideration the many families that have been negatively affected, the people who have, been addicted in this and ended up being poor and all these other things. But when you look at the positive side of this, it is proper for a government to think of the people that we are governing, because many of our citizens are involved in this. Besides even the operators, the citizens, the young people, even those who are grown up are mainly in this. And unless we come up with legislative framework that can guide, that can really help these people and protect them, and also protect the nation, we may not be doing very well. And since I'm a converted member now, because I used to think of all this and say, this is destroying our nation, this is breaking families, and I will not support. But when you look at the other side of it, there are people who have grown in this, there are people who have participated and benefited, and sometimes when you look at when you watch the news,
you will see the people who have benefited. And you know, it transforms their life. And that is why I stand to support this. And Honorable Speaker, Kenya has in the past attempted to establish government-run national lottery, but this was hindered by the absence of policy framework governing the gambling sector. An attempt was made in the year 2006. However, the responsibility was shifted to the Betting Control and Licensing Board. Another attempt was again made in the year 2008. However, this again did not succeed. In the year 2019, the gaming bill was introduced in this House, and the bill was proposed a state-owned national lottery operated by private firm on behalf of the government. The bill, however, lapsed at the end of the 12th Parliament. This confirms that it is not the first time that Kenya has tried to do this. 2006, from 2006 to date, we have, gone through different stages, and the dynamics have also changed. It is no longer the same as what we introduced in 2006. Today it has grown. This has grown, and already many people are in it. And again, there are international investors who come to our country to do this, and if we are not able to accommodate them, then they look for other opportunities elsewhere. Due to economic hardship that we are going through, Honorable Speaker, it is high time for us to put proper measures in place, legislative framework in place, so that we can accommodate investors. We can also encourage our citizens to benefit from this. Honorable Speaker, the Department Committee on Sport and Culture lauds the efforts of the President Task Force on the establishment of National Lottery, which developed the gambling policy. This policy informed the initiation of the National Lottery Bill. Honorable Speaker, we have observed in the past 1 year, our President is determined to make this country a transformative country whereby leaders engage in opportunities that are there and open the opportunities that are there. During our campaigns, we were talking of bottom-up as our model, and many people were surprised, and they were saying, okay, it is just something that you are talking about now. But practically today, 1 year down the line, or one and maybe some few months, years down the line, we are talking of the practical things that we are doing so that we can touch the lives of people. Through this, anybody who is there at the grassroots level, at his own home, somebody can sit at home on his bed or in his sitting room and participate in this and transform his own life. And so our committee lauds the effort of the Presidential Task Force, because they have done a lot of work, and even for the President himself to come up with the Presidential Task Force so that they can look at the pros and cons of this and guide the nation accordingly. Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that the jurisdictions such as United Kingdom, South Africa have already enacted legislation on the conduct of national lottery, and many others, even in Africa. The majority speaker mentioned about Tanzania, our neighboring country, Uganda, and many others who are already in this. And somehow, although Kenyans are ahead in many ways, when you look at what is happening around, sometimes you wonder why we are dragging behind. And that is why we cannot afford to be left behind. These countries have grown, and through this process, many people have been able to support different activities in their own country. And even in our own country, our thinking and our imagination and our plan is that the process of this will go towards supporting the good causes in this country. Mr. Speaker, currently, Many of our counties are going through disaster because of the flood. Many families are displaced. Many people have nowhere to lay their heads. Many school children many parents are wondering whether they'll be able to send their children back to school. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we have our young people who are very energetic, who are creative, who are innovative, who do a lot of sporting in every country. And as you know, Kenya is known for sports. And when we go out of this country, many people, when you say that you are Kenyan, they remember the good things, the good things that they know us with, like sporting, marathons, and all these other things. And people get pride. You know, we should be also proud of our own selves and the things that we do. And through these proceeds, we will be able to motivate and encourage our young people who are engaging in sports, in arts, in music, in doing different things, and they want to grow their talents. Where I come from, we have young people who are talented in different ways. Others are artists, others are doing sports, and others are eagerly waiting for somebody who can just hold their hands and move them from one level to the other. If this will help the nation to grow and also help our young people to grow, because we are all there to inspire the young people or the people around us. Mr. Speaker, it is high time for us to encourage those opportunities that are there for our people to grow. And the bill provides for a national lottery to be operated within the Republic of Kenya, and whose funds shall be used to promote good cause, as I have said, people who are talented. And number one, charitable causes, which may include providing care and protection for the physically and mentally afflicted, the aged, orphans, and vulnerable children. Mr. Speaker, the number of the vulnerable people in our society is growing because many people are losing their lives either through accidents, through sicknesses, and many children are orphaned. Where we have conflicts, like the place I come from, we have orphans as a result of ethnic clashes that has been there or was there before. And all those children need support, or the vulnerable groups need a lot of support from us. We have young people who are already in drug addicted, and they need to be rehabilitated. And unless we look for funds that can support them and can push them to another level, then we may not be serving our nation well. Number two, sports, recreation, arts, culture, and national heritage. I had already said that we have young people, we have many who are passionate, who have given their life to make our country proud and progressing in different ways, and they all need our support. Number three, again, protection and conservation of the environment, as well as efforts towards sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, climate change is having some huge impact on our nation and the world. And as our president has already said, that we need to take care of our environment by even planting the trees, 15 billion trees in 10 years. This can, the proceeds from this can easily go to that, so that we can transform our country and make it green, so that we can all enjoy the greenery and we can all enjoy the environment, we can all enjoy the good health that we can get as a result of that. Number four, response to emergencies and crises affecting communities, which include natural disaster. I have already said, currently, there are people who are already suffering. And if the process can support, because right now, we cannot get even food to people by road. So we are using aeroplanes to reach out to people. And if the process can make life easier, transform lives at the grassroots level, build hospitals whereby we can support the people who cannot reach health centers, build schools so that the schools can be built and our children can get better education. then we can say that we are transforming our country through this. Mr. Speaker, a lot needs to be done, and it is my prayer that those who will be doing this will be mindful and will invest and at the same time give back to the community so that our communities can also be transformed through this. Honorable Speaker, permit me to conclude by thanking the Leader of Majority for introducing the legislation before this House. The passing of...
Would you end by saying, I beg to second?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I propose the question that the National Lottery Bill, National Assembly Bill number 69 of 2023, be now read a second time. The Honorable Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'll support...
Order, honorable members. What is happening at row 2 and 3 behind the majority leader seat?
Mr. Speaker...
That is making both the majority leader and his deputy to move from their place.
Mr. Speaker, I ask to support this one with a lot of reservations. Because basically, what lottery is actually it's gambling, whether it's gambling, whether it is betting. Basically, it is the same thing, taking chances with the little resources you have in the hope that you will get a bigger one without actually working with it. And we know that this takes place, whether we like it or not, it is taking place. And currently what is going on, it is everywhere and it is not controlled. So you find that people are involved. Adults, school-going children are all involved and there's no control. Institutions or agencies are involved and there's no control. The media is involved. Communication companies, the mobile companies are all involved in one betting or another. And nobody controls what is happening. With kids, it actually gives rise to delinquency and truantism. Kids literally drop out of school because of this. And we also know that actually it is also related to addiction. You can't be addicted to betting or gambling itself. Itself is an addiction, and people have lost huge sums of money. People have become paupers through this. And people who are actually involved in this is also very closely associated even with the drug and substance addiction because of the circumstances which it occurs. It is also actually related to crime. And it does great harm to families. You find families that are actually go bankrupt because the people who are holding the resources actually get into betting, get into gambling, and that is all part of the lottery. The only thing that you actually need a system of regulation for it is because it is going to happen whether you like it or not. So it is better that you actually do it in a regulated or in a controlled circumstances. And not only that, you actually give some protection even to the people who are betting, people who are gambling themselves. Because you will find situations where even the betting itself, the gambling itself, where the machines are used, those machines can actually be fixed. Whether you are using sports, they can actually be fixed. So that the outcome is obvious that the people who are trying to get money automatically lose. So in that case, it is basically theft. Therefore, if you have some form of regulation that is desirable, therefore, to that extent, I find it is something we need to put a bill for. And this bill seeks to put a board. I think to me, what is most important is actually that board and the functions of the board that will regulate what is happening. Put officers in place as you proposed that will go into places where these things happen and actually find out if it is being done properly. Whether it's not fixed, machines are not fixed, the betting, the chances are not already fixed mathematically that you will actually lose. That everybody loses so that nobody ever wins. So that is therefore, that board is actually very useful. And then it also establishes a fund. To me, the fund is secondary, but it's also useful because through that, the government will actually raise some revenue. And that fund can be used, as we have said, in development, in social support, and so on. So to that extent, there is need to get in and actually put in a national lottery, put the board in place, put the fund in place, make sure the fund is used appropriately, and the board makes sure that all the people that are involved actually are operating within the law and actually are protected. So to that context, Mr. Speaker, I support with reservations, but we look at it in a fair amount of detail, and we may have to put in a lot of amendments to actually make sure that we do not actually promote or set up a system that can be abused, because the possibility of abuse is also very high in this. I know it is related to the next bill that is coming that will deal directly with the betting and so on. But I support with reservations. We look at areas where we need to put amendments in place so that everybody is protected. The people who are using it, the funds that is created are using it, the people who are running it don't abuse it. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable George Donga Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to support this bill, which seeks principally to ensure that lottery we have in the country is actually legalized and controlled by a statute. Lottery includes betting in the various spheres of life, much of which today is left to the whims of licensed betting companies, and they are able to make unregulated and uncontrolled money without any government involvement. We need a law, and this is timely, and therefore thank you, the Leader of Majority, for bringing this bill. It's a bill that I would urge the House to support, and if there is need to make amendments as proposed by Honorable Nyikal, this is the House to do so, because we need this area of life properly regulated in law. The bill says to set out the National Lottery Board. This is the board that is going to be responsible for regulating the sector of the economy. It's a board that is going to be appointed in accordance with the Act, and this is the board that we shall hold to account if any law is breached as far as lottery is concerned. What is exciting is the creation of the National Lottery. Again, this is interesting because the country now will be able to regulate betting and all these other things that go with the lottery and raise money. And the question that quickly comes to mind is, what is this money for? The law is clear that the money will be used for good cause. And when I looked at what good causes are, as set out in the provision of the law, I find that the money will be used for education purposes. This is very important. Those who have money to go and bet, to go and gamble, we can actually take that money lawfully and use it for education purposes. We have also been told in the Act that the money will be used for small businesses. And here we must bring in the hustlers out there who require money to do small businesses so that they are able to bring themselves up. And other good causes, including housing, which has been mentioned. In spite of the fact that we've been to court this morning, and the court has told us that we do not have a proper law to anchor the housing levy, and they proceed to say it is unconstitutional. My own view as an advocate is that the housing levy is not unconstitutional because a levy is actually a tax, and the court has confirmed that this morning. But what we need is a better law possibly to anchor this levy so that the money not only gets collected by the employers and the other agencies, but also goes towards where does the money go, how does it come out of the place, and how do we apply it out there. But it's important also to note for the country that housing levy has been used to start major projects, housing projects across the country. Therefore, there are contracts that are pending, and in view of this decision, we are asking ourselves what happens to those contracts. We do thank the courts because we now have a stay of execution up to the 10th of January 2024, by which time possibly we will have moved to the Court of Appeal and we will have gotten some conservatory orders to save the fund. We will also possibly, as the House of Parliament, look at what deficiencies there are in this law so that we are able to streamline it, we are able to align it with the national policy on housing, and therefore make the levy or the fund anchored in law. Then another good cause would include trying to take care of those who are addicted to betting and gambling. Remember, this is almost an incurable disease. Once it creeps into everybody, betting, lottery, gambling, it cannot be reversed. You get addicted to it, and at the end of the day, you may end up selling everything you own in this world. You move out there as a destitute because of lottery. So if we are able to reverse by taking part of the money from lottery, the Kenya lottery, and apply it to young people who are actually spending all their money gambling in sports and not doing anything productive, apart from to hope that one day I will use my 1,000 shillings to earn myself 20 million shillings, 50 million shillings, or whatever other illusions these young people have. So it is vitally important that this good cause be defined from time to time, how we use money that we collected from lotteries, money that is meant to apply to every good possible thing to be done in the country. This is a good law. We will go through it when it comes to the Committee of the Whole House with a tooth comb, so that just in case there are areas that need a retouch, this is the house to do it. This is the house that makes laws. This is the house that guards Kenyans to ensure that their life is actually guarded and protected by good law. We will be examining this in that perspective. With those many remarks, I beg to support.
The Honorable Stephen Mogaka, you want to contribute to this?
Yes, I want to
Please
contribute,
proceed.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank you so much for the opportunity to contribute. And I support, because when I look at this law that seeks to regulate a one-time, very, very small sector of our economy, starting off as a Kenya sweepstake charity thing, and a small race course betting against horses. It has since, Mr. Speaker, grown to a multi-billion sector, and it is a very important sector that the country must regulate, and this law comes in handy, comes in very timelessly to regulate an industry that is otherwise attracting a very big population of this country.
I am particularly happy that from the previous regulatory regime where government used to second government officers to go and oversee what is happening in the lotteries, in the betting, in the casinos, I am happy that now we are instituting a board that is going to coordinate this particular sector nationally. I do recall that after devolution, some counties attempted to make laws to regulate this industry within their counties. And I do know, if I remember, that the courts decided that this is a national government function and it would not allow counties to legislate and create little laws in their counties to regulate this sector. I am therefore extremely happy that the National Assembly has risen to the occasion to bring a national law that is going to apply to virtually everywhere in this republic. I am also extremely happy that with this law, those actors in this sector who have been posting supernormal profits and using it in illicit business, including drugs and drug trafficking, now, with this law, we are able to monitor how much revenue is generated by any actor, what taxes they require to pay, and that this money has got to be applied to defined courses, including education, including positive economic development. And it is therefore important that as the country grapples around on how to raise taxes, we have been overtaxing smokers and partakers in beverages like wines and spirits. This is a sector that can generate a lot much more revenue than the conventionally overtaxed areas that economists tell us that their demand is inelastic. I also want to celebrate that with this coming board, and I hope the vetting of members joining this board is going to be extremely rigorous, and that the contractual age in this republic is going to be enforced so that we don't have children or minors participating in this particular betting and lotteries. And above all, we will be looking forward to extreme transparency, because this sector has so far been operating in a very opaque manner. Nobody knows what happens there. That is why there is a rush by everybody, radios, television companies, telecommunication companies, virtually everybody is in this sector because they are attracted by the supernormal profits generated in this particular sector. And with this law, we will then now know who is the licensed operator in this particular sector, and we will then be sure that when our children are left on their own, they are not going to participate in these games using their parents' telephones, yet we know that they are underage. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Honorable Chege Njuguna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this bill. Indeed, this is a bill that we know that it will bring a lot of sanity to an industry that, if left open, due to the nature of the business, due to the nature of revenues generated, we know the characters involved in these businesses. There are some of them can really subject the nation in an orthodox means of creating businesses through dodging taxes or even money laundering. Honorable Speaker, I also support this bill because this bill also adds a significant source of revenue generation for the government, and we know at a time when government needs revenue to fund infrastructures, be it roads, be it health, be it education. This is a way also of generating that revenue. Indeed,
It's a revenue also that will go far in aiding our social programs. We know for sure most developed nations out there, most of the first worlds, they do run their social programs through fundings of this national lottery. So it's a bill that also will help improve our social programs. And also it will create jobs. It will create jobs in that with the formation of these organizations, the National Lottery Board, those will be, it will be creating direct jobs. Also, Honorable Speaker, it will create indirect jobs through subsidiaries to those small-scale customers that will start selling this lottery. They will also have a way of generating revenue. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, are you on a point of order or you want to contribute?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, at times it forces you to put interventions so that you are seen. So if you allow me to proceed, I'll be happy to contribute.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill, the National Lottery Bill 2023. And Honorable Speaker, I support this bill on the basis of the three items that is constituted into this bill, Honorable Speaker. The bill proposes the National Lottery, the National Lottery Board, and the National Lottery Fund. Honorable Speaker, that means that the bill is well coordinated, that the outcome of whatever we are going to pass is visible, Honorable Speaker. It means, Honorable Speaker, the lottery shall undertake the operation, the board shall coordinate the lottery itself, Honorable Speaker, and the funds will be coordinated in such a way that, Honorable Speaker, whatever that shall have been collected out of the lottery shall be put to prudent use or the good cause as per the bill and will be accounted for in a very orderly way, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the bill as it is talking about, Honorable Speaker, the issues to do with a good cause, which is actually what the funds shall be used for. And the good cause, Honorable Speaker, as provided for in the bill, is one that has caught my very good attention, is the ability, Honorable Speaker, to provide care and protection for the physically and mentally affected, the aged, orphans, and vulnerable. Honorable Speaker, mental disability can get up with anybody at any time. We are all mentally unstable, Honorable Speaker. It only depends on the degree upon which, Honorable Speaker, we can be prescribed by the doctor. What matters, Honorable Speaker, is should there be a need for such a situation to happen, look at this provision, Honorable Speaker, that at least these funds shall be applied to support anyone who happens to be under such a situation, Honorable Speaker. We have resources which are being put under the social protection agenda of the government, which is through the OVC, Honorable Speaker. That is not enough. The addition of these resources coming out of the lottery, Honorable Speaker, shall be a good thing, so that let those people who are physically challenged, but mentally affected, Honorable Speaker, the aged also get a share of the resources from this fund. And Honorable Speaker, the second thing that got my very good attention, Honorable Speaker, is the ability to facilitate the protection and rehabilitation of vulnerable and problem gambler. Honorable Speaker, gambling is addictive. You find that, Honorable Speaker, you don't just enter into it today and expect to come out of it. It's addictive. How do we cure the person whom directly we have invited into addiction, Honorable Speaker? It's like a chain smoker. Honorable Speaker, a chain smoker cannot easily leave the cigarette or the cigar that invites the smoke. Instead, Honorable Speaker, whereas we are saying this is a legal business, we are giving it legal life, but we want to say those who will be addicted to this game shall be taken care of. There is a reason to smile that let us do the gambling, do it wisely, but in case one of us goes astray, he can be protected. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it means this fund in itself shall be regulated properly, such that, Honorable Speaker, the Chief Executive Officer will be the accounting officer of the fund.
I also want to look at the issue, Honorable Speaker, that this fund, this bill is proposing the establishment of the board, and in particular, Honorable Speaker, two key issues that have got into my attention is the issue of the chairperson of the board. The chairperson of the board shall be appointed by the President of the Republic of Kenya, and Honorable Speaker, they are giving qualifications of such person to be. Two, the Chief Executive Officer, Honorable Speaker, shall also be the executive officer of the organization, Honorable Speaker. That means we will have the role of the chairperson and the role of the Chief Executive Officer. And the Chief Executive Officer, Honorable Speaker, has the very good qualifications laid down into this bill, Honorable Speaker. When you look at the separation of the two, it means that, Honorable Speaker, from the word go, there is organization in terms of who is to do what and for what purpose. Therefore, it's a good thing that we all have to support. Honorable Speaker, what is also getting my attention on this bill is the issue to do with the licensing of the lottery operator, Honorable Speaker. Is not advising a monopolistic approach that there is going to be one person to operate the lottery. It's open. It's going to allow multiple operators, but coordinated. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the government, whereas is going to license a national lottery operator whose license shall be valid not for 1 year, not for 2. They have recommended 7 years, Honorable Speaker. It means somebody, an investor, who has put in investment into this venture shall have time to make return on investment, recoup his investment, and is able, Honorable Speaker, to live with us for a longer time, not just to come in today and he exits. That's a good thing, Honorable Speaker. Unlike where we invite investors, give them 3 years to invest, we don't know how long they are going to take to make a return on their investment and recoup their capital employed, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, it's a good thing that the bill proposes 7 years, which will allow that latitude for any investor to recoup his resources. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the role of the Cabinet Secretary into these issues, into this bill, is well taken care of. And Honorable Speaker, whereas there is the provision of the board recognizing the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, as well as the Cabinet Secretary responsible at the time being for matters touching on lottery, the role of the sitting Cabinet Secretary in charge of the daily operation of the lotteries at the time is well taken care of. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I consider this bill as being very responsive and urge my colleagues that we all join hands, having come into this House 3 times. That last time, Honorable Speaker, it lapsed at the end of the 12th Parliament. Let us approve it so that, Honorable Speaker, after all, our children within the society are living within the lottery systems. They are really doing it. Instead of hiding and running around with monies on telephone phones and not being sincere about the true lottery, let it now be legalized so that the people can see. The youth should now do it honestly without really hiding where they are getting the money and how they are playing. But, Honorable Speaker, let's also look at it that the bill is not proposing cautionary measures to those who will also be, who would want to go beyond what has been provided. I feel, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the Committee of the Whole House, briefly I've gone through, I would want to enrich it by making sure that stringent measures are put into place to make sure that those operators live within the provisions of the law. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the bill.
We have only 1 minute. Who would be able to make contributions in 1 minute? Honorable Jane Kagiri.
Honorable Speaker, under Standing Order 95, I propose that the mover to reply because we have another gambling bill tomorrow and we can proceed with the debate then.
No, Honorable Jane Kagiri, I'm still seeing more than 10 requests, so there is interest in the debate. And because of that, I will not put the question that the mover replies. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the time being 7:00 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 29th November 2023 at 9:30 a.m.